Hello. So I was going through that Fadika app that if you missed the stream the other day, basically it's an app where you can see and actually like filter accounts that have not posted in 6 months and like clear out who you're following sort of situation. I mean, like the first one here, Chris Hardwick. You ever watched The Walking Dead and The Talking Dead? Yes. Way back in the day. But the point with this is like virtually everything of this, it's 23 pages, is the collections that were from the glory days. So I thought, why not do a stream right now while everybody's in a good mood? If you've not looked at the charts, phenomenal. But Mekaverse. Mekaverse was just a weird situation all around. There was never a collection that got the same attention after this. I think it's a fair statement. I'm trying to think of like the hottest mints back in the day. We're going to go through a lot of them, but it's going to be quite an experience, so I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to the fun. So, this was a collection that launched, and the problem with this, OpenSea, they don't even have it. So Mekaverse isn't even available on OpenSea anymore. And actually what that is saying? Nah, that doesn't make any sense, does it? OpenSea Mechabots, OpenSea Mecha Factory. But these were just like characters that look cool. Like they were mechs, right? Like you've ever seen Pacific Rim, that was the whole idea behind it. They came out with driver variations. They came out with attachments for it. These things were going for unbelievably large amounts of money. Okay, so I guess that link is just dead within their page. So imagine you're going into something and it minted for 0.2 ETH. And then immediately went to 2 ETH from 0.2. That's disgusting. But that was the actuality when this collection first dropped. And as you can see looking at these, they kind of all look exactly the same. So going into it, obviously they only shared a few renditions and people thought that the collection had a ton of different aspects to it. And there was a couple where somehow some variant, I don't even know if you can tell on the masks, there was a few things that looked solid. Oh, they had 4 one-of-ones. Last sale, 125 ETH. And these ones, like, to be fair, I mean, that looks, I mean, arguably it looks pretty sweet, right? But Mekaverse, I don't know if they're continuing. Yeah, they haven't posted since 2024. But they've tried to do some things, but it's never gotten back to the way that it was. So if you guys are just tuning in here live, sorry, I'm going to repeat myself here. We're going down a list of some of the inactive accounts. And we're going to give you a little bit of a recap on history. So Deepak. Deepak.eth. If you look up the Ethereum name service, the ENS on OpenSea, you'll see that Deepak is one of the highest sales ever. This was a mega whale. And we haven't seen him since 2024. Do we see the return of Deepak? Maybe. VCon hasn't posted since February of this year. I know that they've stopped. Or at least have they stopped? Maybe there's nothing really to talk about on that sense, but Kid 8's on here. Kid 8's got like a cool art collection. But I mean, that was more just about the art. So Dead Drop. Do you guys remember Dr. Disrespect? And that whole Fallout? That was probably the first real big problem within Web3 gaming, to be honest. When that whole studio shut down over all of that. And this was the announcement at the time, back in January. Today we are announcing Midnight Society will be closing its doors after 3 incredible years. With an amazing team of over 55 developers contributing to our new IP, Dead Drop, we are actively seeking other game studios that would be interested in offering employment opportunities to our talented team members. If you know anyone who's hiring, please forward this message to them or DM us. Yeah. I really do think that was like the start of like crypto gaming struggling to begin this year. Cyber Turtles, I don't remember what this is, but it had 32,000 followers. See if it jargons a memory looking at it at all. No. I don't think so. It looked like they posted a whole bunch of other stuff that just like wasn't their collection, but I mean, I guess that's what it looked like. Yo, Enzy, what's going on, brother? How we doing? Yo, we're gonna unfollow the Turtle Squad because that's just nah. Who cares about that? Oh, Enzy probably knows this one. Smiles. This was. Did we even call it? No, this was the person. This wasn't their collection. So it was the collection that did these. The person that did these. I don't think anything's going on with it, but there was a couple of gold ones of these that were going for bags at one point. Oh yeah, Lindsay knows. True. So we haven't heard from the artist since January of this year, which it is what it is. But that's okay. Maybe they're having a good old time offline. So Wagmi United. This one's a good one. And it shows that there's a lot of experimentation that's actually going on. So Wagmi United is an IP/soccer team that was developed and came together that was trying to be Web3's team. So if you look right now, everybody's in their own circles. But how do you unite everybody? Well, people like soccer. Why the hell don't we have just like a team that is supposed to represent crypto? In theory, it sounded phenomenal. So they actually went out and they bought Crawley Town FC, which is, I think, like a third division team. I think in England. And the concept with it was like you bought the character right here, and then you got like a jersey, a scarf, some other stuff, and then you had the ability to vote. And as a community, we were able to say, we want you to go out and buy a striker. We want you to go out and buy a goaltender. No, we want you to get a defenseman. And so they tried to add like a Web3 element to it, but all of the locals hated crypto, allegedly. Just hated it. So it turned into this big angst and like sort of a problem. I think Crawley Town's actually like a pretty solid team now, but it went through a loop of the crypto team took over and then they didn't really perform. I think they were like really close to relegation. This was like a little bit ago. But I think that they've ended up selling the team. They haven't posted about it. I know that I reached out to people behind the scenes to raise initially. But what a fun story that is. Stoner Cats. A little bit of Aston Kutcher, Mila Kunis, Vitalik Buterin, and a whole bunch of other notable individuals. This is a pretty hilarious show. You can actually watch on YouTube. If you type in Stoner Cats TV series, you can just watch it. It's basically like about a granny that gets fried, and then her cats do a bunch of crazy stuff. And back in the previous government, like, it was a collection that did some phenomenal things, and the SEC, like, those guys created a show, and the SEC literally fined them millions of dollars. Choke Point 2.0. Do you guys remember Gas DAO? I think I have a YouTube video up of interviewing the founder at the time. A super DAO bridging the worlds of DeFi, dApps, and NFTs. Back in 21, I believe. Maybe it was 22, but I think 21. Right around New Year. I think you're getting excited. It's all New Year's. Happy New Year. And then there's an airdrop. And then there's more airdrops. Ethereum name service, Gas DAO. And then the one that I bought is a honeypot that I sold a proof pass before it went to 100 ETH. The year token. What a dumbass. But also at the time, what was really notable about these drops, and I think what really helped them too, is a lot of people were new in the space and they didn't realize, hey, you can liquidity provide. And obviously there's risks with that, but if you have something that's trading insane volumes, you can kind of print sort of situation. And so there was a lot of people when all these airdrops were happening that were encouraging people, hey, here's how liquidity providing work, yada, 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 yada. And so a lot of these just ended up getting massive amounts of liquidity providers simply because it was like a hot thing at the time. They're like, oh my God, we need to get into this new coin because it's going to fly. I haven't seen anything about it since. Etherorgs. This was one of like the first on-chain games. Etherorgs is the first 100% on-chain game and ecosystem. Orcs and allies go on raid, pillages, journeys, and more. Now, unfortunately, this stopped back in the day. Yo, Roar, what's going on? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? But you can go back and like, I think one thing that I would love to know is people that are building or doing something on like Web3 Rails right now, do they have any idea of what these games did back in the day? Is there any way that they've learned about what's happened? Here's an interesting example for you. Do you know what Metalink is? A couple of you right away will probably be like, yeah, that looks familiar. Sick of wasting time scrolling through Discord or refreshing OpenSea to check NFT prices? Real-time notifications await. Download the Metalink app today. So this was an app that was supposed to come out. I think it did, and then like pretty shortly after, it shut down. Last update was 2023. And within Metalink, what they did to get initial users for it is offered a list. Not a list. Well, yeah, I guess so. Like the whitelist access to different communities. So the likes of Bored Ape Yacht Club, the likes of CyberKongs, and you got like exclusive chats in it and gave the illusion of, ooh, this is cool. But a social app that was tried, a couple of other things, nothing really came of it. Yo, My F'n Pickle, holy, we got that one too. And Chiptoes, yo, I'm glad that I went live because there's so many things. If you're somebody who's been nostalgic around the crypto space at all, if you have anybody that you're friends with from back in the day, send them the stream. They're gonna love it. So Chiptoes was a collection that was made out of chips, but then they went and did other variations of this. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see some of the earliest artworks because they did like 2 different collections with it. But again, just the concept is these avatars were made with chips. But then they did like the generations. Yeah, they don't, that's so weird. They don't like really highlight any of their original stuff on here. I'm gonna give it a yeah, we're not gonna get to it. It's more of like a new age thing. But Chiptoes, you'll be familiar with that back in the day. It's funny, they have such a stark difference between what the original was compared to that. My F'n Pickle. This was all the talk of the town. Back in the day, there was a guy named Cole Ethereum. And he was one of the team members that was associated with Pudgy Penguins before they got acquired. And My F'n Pickle was a masterclass at attention. It was an unrevealed pickle, and everybody was wondering and thinking that it was going to be something that was like truly groundbreaking and amazing. And somebody did get a 1-of-1 golden pickle, but that was it. And then obviously Cole went on, did Pudgy Penguins, and then they sold that off. But this was one of like the most historic collections there was, by far. Cockpunch. This was made by Tim Ferriss. We've had celebrities generally stick to the meme coin side as of late. But the other day, if you were around, we went over like how Lupe Fiasco. We've seen Paris Hilton do it. Dwight Howard at a point. And this was a 3D collection of chickens. And all of these things are AI generated. It's not even the collection itself. We'll have to go to the first image because it did show. But it was just... it was just a chicken. Finally, a fictional world built for our chaotic times. All primary sales go to Sayus Foundation. Writing and questionable career choices by Mr. Tim Ferriss. So they were on a podcast, which is their last pin thing, but we haven't heard anything since 2023 for it. But at the time, baby, they did have a lot of attention. That, it did. Oh, Castle Kid. This is another one. I forget who the person behind it was. But Winter Bears. Let's continue moving along. So Winter Bears was just your typical, like, cute avatar collection. They did companion drops as well, I think, where there was, like, 3D penguin or bears. But essentially it was just this. Got a lot of traction. I don't know if there was anything, like, super exclusive they were trying to go and do. But just your run-of-the-mill collection you might be familiar with. Tools of Rock's a weird one. Tools of Rock's a really, really weird one. So we had a couple people that tried to do something that was innovative. And when Sandbox was originally getting traction, everybody thought there was going to be experiences and things that we could do within these games. Or the entrepreneurial side of people thought, hey, we can do that. So Tools of Rock come out. And it's basically like a whole bunch of albums, as you can see here, was their different NFTs. And it was truthfully really cool. Paying homage to various artists. And the idea was simply, we're going to have concerts within the sandbox, but you're going to have gated access where you could burn, or if you had, sorry, it wasn't burn, but I think if you had 3 of these, you got like a VIP lanyard. I don't know if they ever actually launched a single concert within it, but in theory, the idea was phenomenal. Tom Sachs Rocket Factory. Where in the halibut is JVB at? This was one of the most expensive NFT collections. That really kind of felt like they just haven't done anything since. So Tom Sachs is like a pretty big name, and they launched NFTs that were all individual parts. FOMO was off the charts. Unzi's not wrong. Unzi's not wrong. And you can see that there's logos of behind my head, Lamborghini. There's McDonald's. There's Brian Griffin from Family Guy. There's Wonder Bread, which is over on the side. There's Apple. I want to say there was like a Tiffany & Co. one, Coca-Cola. We're going to have to go to OpenSea for this, aren't we? What do we call it? Just Tom Sachs. Was it called that? All right, we just type in Rocket Factory. Yeah. Nice. So this did 2,275 ETH in volume. If we go to highest last sale, 115 ETH for the Tiffany & Co. Which again, Tiffany & Co., the jewelry company, they did the CryptoPunk thing. We've seen a lot of people or brands that have come into the space and tried to actually be a part of it. There's a Budweiser one in here. There's Chanel. I don't know if Tom Sachs technically had like any sort of IP rights to do this. Because if I remember correctly, it was like 3 components. So you had to actually grab 3 and mash it together. And I think there was ones that like weren't fully put together, but they were in a park. I think, was it the Matthew A? Yo, where the hell's the Matthew A at? I think he, or maybe it was Stately, went to an event, and I think they held several where you're able actually to go, and they launched off these miniature rockets. But it doesn't have the same pull. Yeah. We gotta ask JVB. You're right. Where the hell's JVB when you need them? But Tom Sachs Rocket Factory, generally a collection that's perceived extremely positively for having done something, going for crazy amounts of money. But then I don't think there's been money updates since then. It probably didn't, but it may have fallen like under Andy Warhol. Did the Campbell Soup can painting? Artistic. I see. This is a big one that's really confusing, and for the Futureverse faithful out there. So Warner Brothers has this thing, or it just says Warner Bros. Digital Collectibles. It says Movieverse. Like, all right, well, that fits into it. And when you click on the Web3 component of it, like the site is still live. I think. Warner Bros. Interactive movie experiences, an entirely new way to own, collect, and enjoy your favorite movies. Embark on epic cinematic adventures with our curated selection of movie experiences featuring iconic franchises like The Lord of the Rings, The Flash, and Superman, all brought to life by Warner Brothers. And so, like, for Lord of the Rings here, you can go, and they have film, they have a Rivendell experience, Mines Moria, there's augmented reality items, there's entire things with images, videos, like what the hell is this? But none of it's like Web3 related, or they mention Web3, but then there's like actually nothing that's associated with it, and they haven't posted since 2023. But they said that we're the real deal, right? So that, and they got the check mark, and somebody is still paying for this account to be active. So does that mean at some point they're going to reactivate it? That's for you to kind of ponder and guess, if you will. All right, we're going to have a beef over this one. Yeah, Planktoons. I don't know what son of a gun said it, but they were like, Planktoons is going to be involved with Disney. And then people bought that. I'm people. And then they weren't involved in Disney. That's criminal. Now, do we actually believe they were part of Disney? No, but for the price of, I don't know, $40, well, I'm not gonna question it. You know what I mean? But obviously, like looking at these, you're like, okay, like that's probably not the case. So Planktoons, they got 787 volume in ETH that came out in February of 2022. I think this was it a secondary collection for something else? It might have been. But Planktoons, what a time. What a time. Yo, Snazzy. Deep Objects hasn't tweeted since February of this year. What's going on? We gotta talk to your people over there. Bubblegum NFT. I think this was called Bubblegum Kids, co-founder of Bubblegum Kids. Oh, so this is, yeah. So that was the founder of it. Is this collection still active? Oh, it seems like they still, holy shit, I didn't know that. That's correct. That's crazy. So Bubblegum Kids is still around. This was, I never really followed it, but it did have like attention to community. I guess they're still doing stuff, so it's not like a whole lot to talk about in that thing. They're cooking. Hell yeah. 4438 supply. Yeah, some of those def got sent to the wood chipper. That's crazy. All coins yield capital. Now, this isn't an NFT, but this was something that was like a DeFi play that a whole bunch of big players started pushing it, and I think it got to like pretty solid valuations, and then it went nowhere. But yeah, there's going to be like one or two of you that'll remember that, and hell yeah, if that is the case. Oh, buddy. Yo, Snazzy, have a drink, sitting back, ready for a time? Welcome to the House of Kiba. So I want you to imagine back in April of 2021, you're sitting there and somebody says, we're charging $500 for lifetime access of everything we do. And that studio shows that they have the skills to do stuff that not many people within the Web3 space have proven that they could do. And you're like, I'll take 10. I mean, depending on if you can afford it. Maybe I'll take 1.5. Maybe I'll split it with Snazzy. Whatever it may be. Holy smokes. So this collection actually didn't really go crazy right away. And you can see, I think on my channel, if you type in House of Kiba Schiller, you can see me interviewing the guy named Kiba. And House of Kiba went on to do a show with like the Big Show. You know, like the WWE Big Show guy? Yeah, him and a couple of other people. Through Gen X. What was it called? I think it was called Gen X. But the studio got taken over for some dude that's like a Canadian out of Vancouver that's like hyper political, made a whole bunch of stupid remarks consistently regarding Web3, regarding life, regarding everything. I seen him the other day, blocked him. Like, all right, this guy's just an absolute wanker. But thinking back to the time, like House of Kiba had partnerships with Gutter Cat Gang, where, I mean, it was like legit, right? And I don't know if we can see House of Kiba. Kiba. I don't think that's it. Maybe they'd like delisted them, but they were only out of 500, and somebody decided with the partnerships with Gutter Cat Gang, and once they started getting traction, they were going to sweep them. So those $500 passes are suddenly going for, you know, 5, 10,000, whatever the hell it is. But then, from my understanding, the pressure got too bad for Kiba. He left, and then like the whole studio just like went to complete shit. But if you check back to those the interview, because there's only one of them. I believe. Maybe there was 2. It was hard not to be bullish with lifetime access. Remember Goop Dudes? Goop Dudes? There's just a lot of random stuff. These were just like basic characters that had different outlines to them. And people were just vibing with it. Going for an absolute bag and a half at one point. Speaking of studios and NFT shows, the Glue Factory. Oh, the Glue Factory. Well, luckily for you, we're going to get to the Glue Factory because before I started the stream, I went through and the Glue Factory is on here. And maybe the best story of them all that nobody ever talks about anymore, Misfit University. The name fits. The name fits. So this went viral for all the wrong reasons. This was a collection that came out. It was just, okay, cool. We got a couple of avatars. You know what I mean? Everybody's got their community. We're gonna have people that, you know, vibe with school, university. Remember that time in your life? We're gonna try to connect with everybody from that era. And I guess I'm not gonna find it on here. Well, maybe their OpenSea collection has it. So I got 334 ETH in volume. And you can see, like, in one, we have, like, a person crying, so it's emotional, right? Like, everybody's trying to have these different traits. Strolling along here. We have the kazoo. We have a pacifier. Maybe, oh, they move. Okay, so here's, and then they have, like, the tape mouth thing. And so this collection got all the attention because it was, like, people crying with tape mouth that, like, just, it looked real weird. And like it was, yeah, it, like all the people were saying, oh, you guys are like promoting domestic violence or what these other things. And it was just, it's so insane at the time. Like, I mean, I get it. It's like, okay, like, yeah, sure. Somebody probably could have, you know, told you, like, yeah, maybe you should change those ones to where it's just simply positive. But I mean, if we look at the traits, if we go to, there's like mutants as an example. So, I mean, somebody paid 5 ETH for this. Somebody paid 4.5. And this was when NFTs were like really, 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 really hot. And then like immediately, like within a day, people pointed out like the collection of that. And it took like, people just wanted to be mad about it. I don't even think they like actually cared because, I mean, like it's a collection, right? It's whatever. But it got so much traction that they ended up having to shut down. I think they like donated to some charities as well with it, trying to like save face. Is nuts. Is absolutely nuts. Oh, and Nicole Muniz. Haven't seen her since 2022. So this was the original CEO of Yuga Labs. Garga Gordon and the other 4 were friends with Nicole, and she's in a lot of the early videos talking about BOICM. But if you didn't know, that's your history of the day. Be careful clicking on links. Sir, you are right. True. Crazy Lizard Army. Oh, nope. Not what I wanted to do. Oh, no, don't reset the list on me. Oh, it reset the list. Shit. We're on page 2. I think we're on page 2. Winter Bears, Stoner Cats. No, hold on. Goop Dudes, the NFT, Lucky Heroes, Warner Bros. Oh, this one too. Top Dog Beach Club. Tom Sachs Rocket Factory, Da Vinci, the Boo. What the hell were we just looking at? Why is it? Oh, there we go. So Misfits U. I don't know what the collection we were meaning to look at a second ago. Sorry. Well, hopefully you find it. But Top Dog Beach Club. I thought this one would end up having legs, to be totally honest with you. I don't know what the hell happened of why it didn't. It looks like they tried to do a secondary collection. Top Dog Beach Club. Wow. This did 2,000 volume and ETH. Madcat Militia, Corwin, trust me. You're thinking about it, we're going to be bringing it up on the stream. It's going to be a greaser. Again, just dogs. I mean, for argument's sake, I think like they don't actually look that bad. Like, hell yeah, in the time when everybody was coming out with different collections and whatnot. Look pretty aight. Look pretty aight. Bloodshed Bears. This was a very large NFT DeFi play where you were able to get like this BLD token. I thought the collection looked sort of weird, but people were doing it just for the extra token. Again, there might be a handful of you that remember that. That one doesn't really do anything for me, but I felt like it'd be worth bringing up. 12.5 book, back when Gary V was doing the book game sales. Buy the book, get an NFT. Buy a lot of the book, get a lot of NFTs. They sold a lot of books. Like, people just bought hundreds of these books. Imagine being a delivery person and having to just bring in absolute crates of these things. I don't know if they're going to have any, like, crazy photos. There we go. We're starting to get there. Think of how many people bought books to then just like throw them out. And the other thing that was crazy with this at the time, and I mean like nuts when you think about it, there was people that bought this book, I believe from Amazon, to the tune of like several $1,000s. Got them shipped and then returned them. And then still got the NFTs. Talk about game in the system. That's crazy. Crypto hobos. Oh my goodness. So if you remember Pranksy, shipped them to parents' house. Remember mom texted me, more books arrived, honey. It's crazy. Gary's still doing book games here and there. I feel like that collection really fell off. I mean, I know that it was on Immutable, but I feel like Immutable just doesn't highlight anything about it. Treasure Trove, Immutable? That's not right. Token Trove. It's not Treasure Trove. You. Duh. What a dummy. So let's look at this for a second. So book games. These are the NFTs that Gary sold for reference. So right now the floor price looks like it's about $100. Wow. So they're still holding up. And the concept with them was you were able to burn X amount for certain prizes. He had a whole wall up. Some of it was VCon tickets. Some of it, if you had the right combination of these, you could redeem a Bored Ape or a CryptoPunk. So he had very unique styles with it. And some people hit huge. Dude, look at some of the Gods Unchained cards that are still selling. Oh, okay. Don't control. People are still buying for a bag, eh? Well, some of the cards are at zero. How? I don't know. If we do price change, does it show that? Somebody's selling them for 2,000. What the frig? I mean, I don't know the best way to filter this, to be totally truthful. Oh, actually, maybe I do. Hold on. We do price, and then we do legendary. And then 14 cents. 18 cents, 21, 23, 25. How do we go from here? And again, this is exactly the same as like you're going to play Magic the Gathering, right? Except here, you're able to do it on chain, and just like selling in person, you're able to do it online. Activity tab. Oh. That would be a good call. Some are still going for like 6K daily? Really? So there's no mythics. We go diamond. Whoa! Hunzi's right. 4 minutes ago, somebody just bought the blacksmith armor for $2,807. Jeez! The Glade Runner, $892. Shakedown, $1,000. We should have become Gods Unchained whales. What are we doing? That's tough. So Crypto Hobos was a collection that was randomly pushed by Pranksy. And it's just really weird art. Like, just... what is that? I don't know. But it went for a bag at a point. I don't know if these got delisted. Nope, still there. 2,386 in volume. Highest last sale, 12 ETH, 10 ETH, 7 ETH. Like, what is that? I mean, sorry, it's art. Excuse me, it is art. Right. True. Facts. It's crazy. Lucky Maneki. Amongst some of the early successes, Lucky Maneki was definitely up there. They went on to do a couple of different side collections. The original founder did leave. You can see that this is like a newer edition. Well, actually, if you don't know. So this is the old one, right? Where it's the 2D front facing, and then they went up and did the 3D. And then I guess they had like a physical print of some of them. But cool concept. I think I have an interview with the guy that took over as well, somewhere floating around. Goat Lodge. This collection originally got its notoriety. Where's JVB when you need him? Because it had one of the Bored Ape artists for it, and they said that they were going to go and do a concert of sorts. And then JVB said, so let me get this right. You're doing a concert that is going to end up being a sausage fest because it's all going to be crypto bros, and that's supposed to be appealing to us. I'll never forget. JVB went on the biggest rant about this. It was absolutely phenomenal. And if we look at the collection, you can see very similar to Vampire Syndicate that it has the exact style that Vampire Syndicate did. And it also did have a couple of similar elements with like the multicolored teeth, the gold grin. Not all of it, but some of it. Went to an NFT meetup. I had already flipped out of these things, and some guy there said he had 50. Nah, it's crazy, Unzi. That's crazy. Man, I got to stop closing this. I keep having to reopen it. All right, what else do we got? So Azerbala, that one, I don't know if we need to spend much time on it. It was a collection that originally came from Jenkins the Valet, and then they tried to do like they hired a Disney artist for this. Kind of looks like Tarzan and Jane recreated in the future. Like, this is taken in the Last of Us world, but in Disney. And we haven't really seen a whole lot from that or anything at all. But what do you think? They hired a Disney artist, and then it's that. Corbin, in hindsight, we can all see it was the same Fiverr artist doing half of these collections for devs, and that was a big component of it too. A lot of people started pushing the narrative and like informing, hey, all of these NFTs that are cranking out every single day, realize that it's like the same people that are making them. And then you're like, oh, yeah. So Enigma Economy. This was oddly one of my best performing YouTube videos that I've uploaded because I did a founder interview with them. The first NFT that mines crypto and first to be 100% green. Join the economy. We mine Bitcoin, Litecoin, Doge, CAS, and KDA, NFT-based SaaS. And they just went around and started hoovering up miners, making huge purchases. And the idea was that you had the NFT, you could stake it, and then earn a percentage of the yield off of all of their miners. It's a really neat concept, but kind of strange that they don't post it anymore. Pixie Jars, that actually is a good story. Young artist is making her art. We caught a little fire for a little bit. Saw it on your screen. Yeah, Pixie. Dude, going through this is such a nostalgia kick. And again, I was just doing this to like unfollow accounts because it's, again, trying to clean up my feed and everything. But yeah, Pixie Jars was just a collection like all these other ones, but done in Pixie form. This collection was called The Honeys. It's a different one. I'm not sure about the other one. My BFF, Women Rise NFT. I don't know the top two. I know the bottom two. But yeah. And there was a lot of artists that just kind of came into the space to try to explore. And same with the big brands. Game of Thrones officially Build Your Realm. A digital collectible experience by HBO, Warner Brothers. This is the real deal. And then nothing happened with it at all. Yep, nothing happened with it. The forge is open. The time has come to build your realm. Okay. The forge is here. Nice. We got like 4 messages for an entire thing. This is crazy. And it shows that you can take like 10 dragon glass, have certain resources, and then you can create the Night's Watch Warhorn. I don't know. There's nothing ended up happening with it. So we'll see if Game of Thrones comes back into the space, but their first adventure, yeah, not the greatest. Not the greatest. So we're on page 5 of 23. Yeah? Do you know Deadmau5? Well, Deadmau5 had an official NFT collection. Well, looks sort of weird. Ended up coming out on Polygon, I think. And then they did some activations with the Sandbox. Had a couple of the Deadmau5 heads. I don't think anything happened for it, but Deadmau5 had a collection within the space. So, Corwin, you mentioned the good old Madcat Militia back in the day. Yo, S. Wolfchan with the ducks. Yo, S. Wolfchan. He's still active on Instagram doing Pokemon breaks and doing art over cards. Fun fact. If you type in S. Wolfchan, I think you'll find it. So, Madcat Militia. They wanted to do a card game, if I remember correctly. And there was a bunch of different ranks. These are, like, that's sort of what the collection looked like. There was a lot of beef around this. I think it was with Cool Cats. We had a war. It's so stupid to think about, but we, like, legitimately had a war between certain collections where one summer it was the Alien Boy. What was the other collection that was the 3D? The Humans? No, it's not called the Humans. The Aliens? I don't know. There was 2 Degen something. The Degens. I think it was called just the Degens, but it was Aliens 3D. Anyway, the point being is, okay, so those were 2 like alien-based collections. Madcat Militia, Cool Cats comes out. One collection ends up doing better than the other. There's Party Penguins, and then there's Pudgy Penguins. And I remember that, like, the founders of this were, like, pretty peeved over stuff. But then these are announcements of them shutting down. I don't really remember a whole lot about this, but they tried to, like, create more game. Oh, here we go. And so you could take, like, your cat militia and then have, like, a fight over it, and then there were certain prizes, and yeah. I'm surprised I don't remember much about that. Like, I thought at one point that I was, like, kind of into it, but maybe not. Yo, Snazzy, do you remember the Indiami project, if you're still here? That was the guy that was on the stage at the Futurist conference that was like, we're doing a box. I'm the Ethereum founder. Look at me. Oh, there we go. We got the Glue Factory. There we go. Corwin's favorite. Roar. Is Project Zero what you're working on? That's going to be a red card, buddy. Oh, I see you. I see you. There it is, the Glue Factory. Welcome to the Glue Factory, where Web3 meets TV. Horses meet telepathic, unicorns, and animations is a whole lot of fun. So this is, I don't know, like a Family Guy take sort of deal, where it's a bunch of horses. It's done in like super comedic fashion, and they created a show. Like it was pretty damn good. I don't know if they've done anything for it. Okay, I'm gonna play this, but I know that sometimes it's like super PG. So if that is the case on this one, sorry, but let's see what they had.
Sorry, where are we?
Oh, yes, of course. So, you've been brought from your world to a different dimension, a parallel universe of sorts. We rescue horses who've been abused and exploited in your world and put them in a place where they are surrounded by their own kind, so that they may live happily ever after.
So again, kind of a cool concept. Roy, are you telling me that you have alpha and you're not sharing? Listen, my first instinct was thinking that that was the project you were working on and you were trying to get some attention to it. And I was like, hell yeah. All right, Roy's putting himself out there. And then I find out that apparently that's the best game in Web3, says the one and only. Nah, and you're just telling about it now? That's crazy. But yeah, the Glue Factory. What a time. And Blaze Cats. So we referenced the 2 Alien collections. We referenced the 2 Cats collections, but you remember, oh, hold on, right. So there's Stoner Cats, there's Blaze Cat, so let's go on and on and on and on and on. And so Blaze Cats was, I don't know, like an attempt to say, hey, we're better than the celebrities. Because their whole point with Blaze Cats was that they were going to donate the funds with it, which is great, which is admirable, but they really used it kind of like as an attack on some of these other collections. And basically it was just a redo of what Stoner Cats was, but done in this like Blaze Cat fashion. And there's not a whole lot more to go on that. Blaze Cats followed by Pixie Jars, the Web3 trip. I'm telling this, I was going through this and I was like, I need to enjoy this with other people because this is hilarious to go through for anybody that was really around back in that time. And again, if you guys are joining us a little bit late, welcome on in. We do live streams every single day talking about Web3, crypto, etc. Love for you to subscribe to the channel. Any shares are super helpful. And if you do have anybody that you're kind of close to in the Web3 space, you want to send them the stream just to be like, yo, you might enjoy it? I would be eternally grateful for that. Oh, Theo NFT. NF Theo. Ah, nah, this one's crazy. G-Vols were dope back in the day. I remember having crazy FOMO on those. The one-of-ones as well, like that weren't just like the generative collection. Holy shit. Okay. If this doesn't give you the absolute biggest hit of nostalgia right now, you just weren't there. So NF Theo, these are just teddy bears. The FOMO was unbelievable at the time. People were getting these rares, the teddy bears, facts. Those Dragons' Wonder Quest sold for a pretty penny, but the game went splat. Well, wasn't Wonder Quest based off of like a musician that said she was going to do a whole bunch of stuff and then nothing ended up happening with it, or they were just too time consumed? I forget what it is. But N of Theo. Crazy time. Are they still available here? Oh my god, they are. 537 ETH. Total volume. Highest last sale. 3.95 for a gold. Holy smokes. September 21. What a time. Had to be there. Had to be there. So, Art Wars. So this was a collection that was on a NFT launch platform that came out that was called Drop Space. Turning the dark side into the art side since 2007. 1,138 pieces. Featuring artists as a couple of other people within here. Yo, Mo Meta, bro, come cleanse my X account next. Yo, if you actually want me to show you some of this, I want to say there was like $24 for like a month. You don't need to do the annual thing, but if you do the one-time payment, you can probably just like cancel it afterwards. But like the app's super, super useful. I was like, holy hell. So anyway, a couple different artists. Apparently this was like officially licensed Star Wars goods. And then they got like a DMCA right before the mint. So the drop space passes, which guaranteed you a mint, went for like $1 billion. Shout out Snow and the Schillerverse Discord. I think Snow made an absolute pretty penny on that. Unless he diamond handed. And then hell yeah, respect to that. But they came after them, even though, and I talked to them afterwards because I know who the guys were, and they were like, we had everything, we had the paperwork, but then they still like shut it down. I was like, I don't know, because I mean, why would you go through all that effort if you just know you're going to get shut down on arrival, right? Flowers World. So Gary Vee had a company, or invested in at one point, a cannabis company. And they were opening some different facilities, and of course, they decided that they were going to get into the Web3 space in some kind of capacity. And that's where this came through. So, Federation of Love and Weed Recreation Support, Flowers, Earth Wasn't the Plant's First Home, and It Won't Be the Last, presented by Green Street LA and AB, I think the Atlanta was like an auction, or not an auction hall, but some kind of like experience or place. So Green Street LA, community hub for industry thought leaders, brands, bada, 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 bada. Okay, so you had a couple of big players that were associated with it. You had Gary Vee, you had both these companies that were backing it. And this was one of the collections, and I'll be as transparent throughout this, that actually reached out and was like, hey, can we do something together? And I think that I uploaded a video. Like, most of the stuff, I'm like, yeah, like, I don't want to do like any sort of like paid long-term thing because one, I don't know. But if you want to just like hang out and do an interview, like, sure, whatever. The guy is just lighting up. Just fried, just everything you could possibly imagine in their apartment, house, wherever the hell they are. And I can't remember if we were doing a live stream or I was recording it. If I was doing a live stream, I would have covered it. Or I think I had to do it afterwards. But I was like, listen, I understand that's the point of the collection, but like the self-awareness right now is just not there, okay? Like we are not allowed to be smoking the ganja here on stream. Like that's a fat no burger, but that's a red card, buddy. Just looked, WonderQuest did 503 ETH, highest sale was 4.5 ETH. Oh my goodness gracious. And look at this. We're going to page 7 of 23. Like, we're not even halfway through yet. This is crazy. And so this is also just like to show what this is. It's called Fadika. I saw other people that were talking about it. It's not like a promo stream, but it is super helpful if you're wanting to check. And these are the options. So you go to community building, accounts you follow, and then you can see who's not posted in the past 6 months. You can also have a couple of other filters, and then you just go through and click. If you end up doing this, realize, because I tried looking it up, apparently like 400 a day is the limit of unfollowing. So don't just like max unfollow, because your account might be like flagged of, hey, maybe you guys should not be doing that. Panda Golf Squad. Oh, shit. Okay, so the reason that I'm pausing with this is I'm like, I don't know. Do I look at the DMs and like bring up what was talked about? Because I messaged them being like, what the frig is going on? So this collection launched. And it's just a bunch of pandas, right? Like, that's various collections. Okay, they've launched an NFT. Corwin, I think it was you that said a minute ago that you just look back and you're like, holy crap, these all look exactly the same. But then there was just a mass falling out with the team where there was one person that was like, I still want to work on this because it has potential. And then everyone else just left. And then, of course, the last person that was there was like, okay, I'm done too. And you can notice each collection kind of has like a different pattern of how things went and kind of like a negative light. It's just like, holy moly. Ethlings, kind of... Yondo Mondo is an interesting one because that was a collection that was supposed to do like an animation, but then nothing happened with it. Remember all those 3D AI collections? All look the same but different animals, like bulls and tigers, all muscular. I mean, I'm hoping a couple of them are going to pop up here. It's like I really don't recognize a lot of the ones that we're getting to on like the past 2 pages. The first 6 were phenomenal. Feels like we're falling off a little bit. Oh, LameloVerse. Okay. So LameloVerse, this was a collection that was run by the team around LaMelo Ball. They were going to do a sandbox activation. They had NFTs that you could buy that gave you entries into game-worn LaMelo Ball merch and other goodies. And I think they were supposed to do a couple of other activations and collections, and nothing happened with it, which is tough. I mean, they had the app. I think they maybe did like 1 or 2 things. They had the sandbox experience, but I don't know if they just decided to not continue with it or if they were just kind of trying to jump in on the hype at the time, because that's a huge thing to remember. These celebrities, these companies were just like, I need to get into the space. How do we do this immediately as possible? And a lot of the times it was done in not the greatest way. And so when I make these reference on like the normal daily streams and I'm trying to highlight that we have the immutable CEO saying, I'm talking to a lot of people. They're saying they were waiting for this initiative to open up, and Project Crypto, when it like defines what everything is, escape velocity. Because we've seen it before, just in a slightly different metric. So there's your bullish take of the day. Man, why are these pages lackluster in here? Holy smokes. We went from just the best of the best to falling off a cliff. It's like I stubbed my toe. Dragon Winery. We put 90% of income back into the community wallet. AI dragons chatting with their owners. This got weird attention at the time. It had sort of like a unique look. But then you saw, oh, okay, so they just like copied certain things for like throwing multicolor grin on like a dragon. Doesn't really make sense. But neither does like putting it on a monkey either. You know what I mean? So maybe I just shouldn't say anything. But yeah, this was a collection at a point. It got some attention. It was very short-lived. Speaking of 3D bulls, Crypto Bull Society. I'm trying to think of it. I don't know. If I saw an image of it, maybe. Tigers Guild. Oh my lord. I'm having a moment. Did we ever talk about this in a live stream fashion? Absolutely. Did we ever save it anywhere or comment on it? I don't know. There's no way that the Mint is still active on this. So the Tigers Guild here, it was called something else initially. And as you can see, it's like sort of weird 3D looking ones. But they had the stupidest roadmap that I've ever seen in my life. Like, no yoke in here. The Tigers Guild roadmap. I'm going to just try to Google this right quick. I'm getting like World of Warcraft type stuff. Nah, there's no way this is it. Hold on. Okay, so this is a different collection. So know that first of all. But what I want to do is show you what some of the earliest roadmaps within the crypto space look like, because nowadays you don't really have a roadmap. You might have people saying, hey, we're like hoping to do something, but you don't have something as definitive usually. Just because, as you can see, for a lot of the collections that have done that, things happen, they change, maybe something's not worth it. So for this one, that's again, not the collection from before, but just a general one. So on 10% sold, holders give away in competitions. When 20% are sold, we release 10 Prince Tigers, and these will be airdropped to random Tiger holders. At 40% sold, exclusive members-only merchandise and art store gets launched with limited edition clothing and products. When we sell 50% of the goods, we release our own Polygon-based crypto tokens called Tiger Coin, and all the Tiger Coin NFT holders will get the tokens through airdrops before we officially launch them in the open market. And then in brackets, big money to our holders, winky face. Okay. At 70%, we will reveal the Tiger Cave in the Metaverse built exclusively for Tiger NFT holders. At 80% for Generation 2, we will be starting the work on second generation of our NFTs, and they'll be airdropped randomly. And then at 100%, 15% of all of our collection will be donated to the World Wildlife Fund, and the rest will be spent on marketing to raise the floor price. Talk about just promising the world back in the day. So crypto, oh yeah, okay, yo Corwin, okay, yeah, I got you. So a big thing as well for some of these 3D collections is there was people on Instagram, X, all of it was botted to all hell. Like when you see accounts with like a bajillion followers, it was that. And it was saying, oh my God, this NFT sold for 50 ETH, or they probably put it in US dollars to try to get attention. And I feel that these were geared a lot to on the 3D collections to like normies and people that weren't familiar with the space because they saw something that looked sort of good. I'm really curious if there's like a roadmap comment within this, because I think they changed everything. Oh, hold on. Is this it? This feels like it's different. I'm going to read through it quick because it's really funny if it's not. Given random 10 tigers will be given to random guild members. 3D files printed. Create an ongoing royals will be released. Initiated the jungle. No, this isn't it. Damn it. No, they must have changed it because it was just disgusting. I remember having like a huge tangent. Like I don't ever remember laughing or like complaining about something more within the Web3 space. don't think so. Damn it. It's a good one. I'll try to see if maybe there's old tweets about it or something. At one point. They were running ads on Twitter too. Yeah. They absolutely were. Hey, yo, there's JVB's Ape. Oh, you can't see it. It's off to the side. Banded Apeville. There was a time where a lot of people were just trying to create like names or like accounts based off their character. Because they're like, well, everybody's a character. But I don't think he's kept up with that account. Oh, here's an interesting one. So League of Legends. Yo, Hoonsy. League of Legends has a massive player base around the globe. And one of the biggest esports aspects is out in Korea. That's called the League Championship of Korea, I think. Slacker Duck Pond. Unless I've unfollowed them already, we'll get to that as well. But you can see here, they got Faker, Chovy, Viper, Keen. And it's just like your typical sort of like Top Shot moment, right? But it's for like the LCK. And I was like, this is going to be brilliant. And everything seemed super official, right? Like there's no way you're going to go through this. And I think it was. But it just didn't get the traction. So they just kind of stopped doing anything with it. But I really, really thought this would be an underrated collection that would get attention. I don't even think I made an account for it. But I had the thought that that would onboard a ton of people when I first saw it. So Warzone Soul. Not a soul is going to know this one. Wait a minute. They have like 7 mutuals that know this. All right. But the concept was these guys wanted to create a game like that was Warzone, but then have like these characters, which if you look at it, you're like, yeah, I don't know about that. And their roadmap was also super strange. I don't know if we'll be able to find it. But yeah, looking at it, I was just like, I don't think anybody's going to want those collections. Like it just didn't aesthetically look pleasing whatsoever. And the time pin post is timely for the discussion. Hold on. Let's take a look. Nice. So Slacker Duck Pond, while we're at it, we'll talk about it right now. This was a collection of a bunch of ducks. Like straight up, just a bunch of ducks. Like this character right here. And their pin post is a timeline of all of the NFTs. So if we go through and look at what we've talked about so far. Visitors of I'm a Degen. This is the collection right there. I'm a Degen. Void, that's what it was. So, and then Alien Boy. I wish we had this graphic up at the time to show. So as an example, it's just 3D avatars, but they were aliens, right? And everybody, everybody's into what they're into, but some people went and bought that collection, and other people went and bought the Alien Boy collection. Each of them have a very different tonality, a different style to it, something you might connect with in some way or another. No, you're good, Corwin. I love bringing it up. It's a good time to go through it. Listen, you're hired as a producer. True. Slacker Duck Pond. I don't think we've talked. I mean, so Voxadeus, if you were here when we did the NFT time capsule stream, if you're on YouTube and you go to videos, not live streams, because this one, no, it was live streams. Correction. Go to the live stream tab, scroll back. As August 18th, 19th, 17th, one of the streams in there, we titled it that. We went over a whole bunch of other ones very similar to this, and Voxadeus was on there. But then we got the Alien Boy, which we just looked at a second ago. Slacker Duck Pond. I'm a Degen that we mentioned earlier. It's going down the list. I don't know if we've gotten to any of the other ones on here. But good, fine. We'll try to reunite. Sold an Alien Boy, day of reveal for an ETH. Hoonsy, teach me to trade. I feel like bringing up pineapples is a good thing to do here. So Pineapple's Day Out, this collection was doing fundraising and whatnot. They commented on everybody's post. I've never seen an account that was more dedicated to try and get people to buy pineapples than this. Holy smokes, they were really out there. You might remember from back in the day. Store number 8. This is the kind of stuff that you watch the stream for to go and brag to your Web3 friends of, oh, I didn't know that. Store number 8, the incubation arm of Walmart. Store number 8 incubates companies and ideas that will transform the future of retail. So Walmart at one point decided we're going to jump into the space. This never got any traction. This never really produced much. I think there was a post here and there. And I can't recall if the markets took a downturn where they were like, okay, we're going to pivot. We're not going to do this. But at one point, it was in the space. There's also a Sephora Verse. So Sephora also looked like they were about to come into the space. But then nothing ended up happening with that account either. See, now I'm going to have to go back through this and like unfollow people as we're going. Maybe I should just do this as we're going through here because I don't know. I don't remember. Meta Monsters. These are all accounts that I haven't posted in forever, so I don't really feel that bad about it. I feel like there's somebody that I'm unfollowing that's just like, one day it's going to be like, oh, whoops, sorry, my bad. Whoops, sorry, my bad. Galactic Aliens, Pixel the Apes, Yuji Academy. Nobody there. All right, so we're up to page 13 of 23. Is Cyber Cities... I don't know if this is going to jar my memory or not. Oh, it was. All right, so there was a collection that came out, and there was multiple, where it was a team that said, yeah, we're all females, or we're doing this for this cause. And then it comes out that, like, it's not factually accurate at all. I don't remember what was the exact thing about Cyber City Game, but I think we did a live interview with the team. Asking questions, because there was a whole bunch of issues, and there was some super shady thing that they did, but I don't recall what the hell it was. So that was probably the worst breakdown of the stream. Thank you for tuning on in. You guys are the best. We're still going, by the way. That sounded like I was leaving you. Apologies. It was not the intention. Screaming Beavers. Guys, what do you want as your profile picture? A Screaming Beaver? Or whatever the hell it is right now. It's kind of funny. It is kind of funny. It's Screaming Beaver. Although when you look at the collection, apart from the ones that are just screaming, it kind of, it's not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea, but the original screaming aspect of it, I think is sort of funny. I think is sort of funny. Voxel Comics. So this is... I I want to call this like a feel-good story, but I don't think they're actually still doing anything, which kind of sucks. But the concept with this was it was actually the artist Josh Blaylock from Pixel Vault, one of the artists that does comics, got together with a couple of other notable comic artists and tried to bring them in Web3 through doing comic voxels. So you were able to go to a mint, you didn't know what comic you were going to get, you got introduced to a couple of new artists who were out there, one of those being like Digidorables, which was Agnes Grabowski, who was the artist for that, award-winning New York Times bestseller. Like, super cool they came into the space, but they just never ended up getting attention for that. So they had this, where they had like the comic, but then they also had like the profiles or the avatars associated with it too, which I thought was really neat. So Major League Soccer. I've been retweeting stuff from Inter Miami. I've been watching like a lot of it. I've really enjoyed it. Got into it this year. There was a point where brands thought, or agencies of brands thought, if we buy an NFT and show that we're a part of this crew, similar to what you're seeing right now on the timeline for Pudgy Penguins, if you've been following their account, you've probably seen how they've repeatedly conversed with the likes of Burger King. There was one earlier today where they were talking with the Microsoft account, and then Microsoft was talking back to them, and they were really trying to elevate their social games. And at a point, there was several businesses that went out to purchase one to try to rep something. And so Bored Ape 6045, Get Engaged, was the PR firm behind it. And they were working with Major League Soccer. And they were just doing posts about stuff. Saying good morning. Twitter or Instagram, you can only have one. Yes. As a NFT mascot for Major League Soccer, the first thing that I would tweet as well to a very specific niche audience, do you prefer Twitter or Instagram? Like, what do you do? What are you doing? It's crazy. Unreal. All right, that's the first entire page, I think, that we've not found a single one. Funny to think that at one point that I'd remember these names or like know who they are. And now I have no recollections because they're not around anymore. I feel like I'm going to unfollow somebody that I shouldn't. All right, page 17 of 22. We'll go back down the other way. Jesus. Pick Zoo. I don't know if that's Pix Puppies or something different. Hopefully they don't have any accounts, so I don't know if that was a secondary collection that guy tried to do. Aye. Box House NFT. Why does that sound familiar? Okay, so imagine instead of buying something you can rep as like your profile pictures, you can do it as like a city or whatnot. Yeah, Pix Puppy's the OG. Dude, I talked with that guy. Well, hold on. Let me go back for a second. Can we? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever. We'll go into it. So Pix Puppies was like one of the first NFTs that I went crazy on. I was like, these are cute dogs. They're pixelated. This is going to be amazing. Okay. So the guy sells out the collection, and obviously everything's going fine and dandy back in the day during the NFT bull run, and then he just disappears. Just disappears. And I was like a pretty big holder. And so he reaches out randomly to me months later. He's like, hey, I'm thinking about making a comeback. I'm like, did he run out of money from before? Like, what are we doing here? So he gets on a call. I have no idea if this is accurate or not, but just goes off about how my family hates everything crypto and NFTs. They wouldn't allow me to touch anything when they found out that I sold that collection. They took my computers away. I'm like, how old are you? Are you living with your parents? Is that an excuse because you made a whole bunch of money on the lot? Like, what are we doing here? What the frig are we doing here? And I think that he made like announcements to people saying, we're going to bring it back. He didn't bring it back. There's so many accounts that haven't tweeted in that long. Oh, so Gen X. So this was, when we talked about House of Kiba a little bit earlier, this was their avatar collection for it. Oh, they don't even, okay. Can't even show it off. Or can we? We can. Just got to do it in a different way. Again, these were nothing that were crazy by any means. But this is what one of the avatars coming out of like House of Kiba was. And this was their first attempt at avatars. And I really, really thought these were going to be home runs. And I think everybody that had those $500 Kiba passes were pretty disappointed with it. But then they were going on about how saying, well, no, like, listen, these are fully rigged. You can take them as is into a whole bunch of experiences. They're like, it's only relevant to a handful of people. Oh, Bloot Wars. Yes. Did they... I'm confused. I'm super confused. So Bloot was a play off of another NFT that just had text. So if you think back to the conversations we've had of comparing, all right, well, there's a bunch of cats, there's a bunch of dog collections, there's a bunch of these different animals. There's a lot of, okay, if one person does it, it's going to be able to work again. 9,027 Ethereum total volume for these. The highest last sale? $0. What? That doesn't make any sense. We go to activity tab. Hey, somebody's been buying them. Wait, Mooncat's buying them. No, that's criminal. But all it was you got these, and with it, you got a token called BLG. And this was essentially a meme coin on ETH. And then Beanie, who's an influential person out there, said, I'm going to dedicate my life to BLG. BLG rocketed beyond belief. And I think there was some problem with the coin, the contract, the dev. Somebody ended up with a whole bunch of it. And then he kind of walked back on that and got absolutely cooked on the timeline for it. But BLG, holy smokes, did it ever run. Tolly hasn't tweeted since 2024. Where the hell's Tolly? That's criminal. Ah, here it is, the Sephora Verse one. Again, Sephora Universe beta. This is done all in the Sephora style. Yo, ETH all-time high. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a little bit of a round of applause wherever you are right now? Let's just get those hands clapped. Well done. Yo, well done. Not bad. ETH all-time high. True. But take a look. Sephora, at one point, was looking at getting into the metaverse. So we have, just in this stream, right? And I'm some random guy that's been watching the space for a while. Walmart and Sephora were looking at launching some sort of a metaverse experience before we even knew if this industry was going to work. Be aware, these are going to come back in full force in the best way possible. Yo, Crypto Overlord, what an absolute beauty. Good to see you. Yeah, true. Half of these are just people. It's not even collections at this point. Pixel crayons. So this had 101 followers. It clearly didn't get anywhere. But somebody just was going to launch a collection of pixel crayons. It's funny because it feels like it's so innocent when you compare like just this to some of like the other animal ones that are all, you know, it's the same thing as the other stuff. But I'm like, you know what? Hell yeah. Let's go buy pixel crayons. Holy. Yo, the Keck W's. Yo, there's Soonsy, baby. Hell yeah, brother. Love to see it. We have one page left. We have one page left. Are we even going to get a final one to send off on? It doesn't even look like it. Yo, no voice, no sound gamer. What a name. Hell yeah. No. Oh, hold on a second. This is kind of cool. Oh, I don't remember. I'm trying to think. So there was an artist at a point that was making a collection. I thought that they were working with like a bigger entity of some sort. And it was a really, really like well done, like just vibe. You know what I mean? Like just vibe type situation. And I guess they never did anything with it because it just says it has like one or a couple posts here with that. Nothing happened. They tried to do it on their own. Damn, man, that sucks. They're gonna be good. Okay, so if we go back to page number 1, yo, Peckham, of course we're live. What we doing, babe? Yo, listen, I know you've watched a lot of the streams and you're absolutely the best for it. I don't know if you saw the one from the other day that was in a video that wasn't a live stream, but I was working on the other sites, but then not YouTube. I was crashing the hell out. Not gonna lie, I was crashing out. So this is the person that bought the, like one of one. Oh, okay, my mind's like flooding with info. So this is a person that was like mega whale. That, like before Pudgy Penguins went crazy, this person was buying Pudgy Penguins. They were buying like literally everything. I guess I haven't posted in like a really long time, which is kind of crazy to think about. Like really crazy, to be honest. OpenSea Foundation hasn't tweeted since February this year. It's going to be a red card. Everybody's still waiting for the token. Can we hurry the hell up with that thing? Yeah, very much. A Droplets NFT. This sold out at 22. They raised stuff. I haven't seen anything else. I'm trying to remember if there's anything at all from this collection that I remember. That's going to be a no from me, buddy. Yo, Super Bowl, what's going on? Okay, guys, can I ask like a legitimate question here? Do you prefer if we do like the liver, longer streams later in the day? Because I feel like obviously we've been streaming for a little bit, but holy smokes, I normally go live like 11 or 12 a.m. my time. And we get a couple chatters here and there, but whenever I do like these later ones, holy, you guys are crazy. Pre-mint hasn't posted since 2024. What? Pre-mint is Web3's allow list platform. Okay, let's live longer later. Live, love, laugh. It's like that, but for this. Like, hell yeah, Pecker. So there was a big problem within the space where, one, gas wars were a huge component. So anytime you try to mint something, you know, take all of us, Crypto Overlord, we got Eric, we got Owens, we got No Voice in there, Peckham's hanging, Super Bowl, Roar's there, right? Now I'm hanging out with you. And we're like, there is 2 muffins left on the table, and there's like 8 of us. We're going to have a problem. So who can get to the muffin first? And then everybody drops them. It's like we're in hockey. Me and Hoonsy, we're like, all right, listen, we're going to try to take everybody else on, and then we'll fight 1-to-1 at the end, you know, at the end of Hunger Games type of situation. And then everybody ends up with the black guy, and the last 2 people get the goods, but they're like absolutely wrecked from it, right? They're bleeding, they're dying, it's bad. Now imagine that, but instead of bleeding and dying, it's your wallet that's bleeding and dying because you just paid $500 to mint the stupid thing that's going to go to zero in less than a year, but you don't know that. So there needed to be a problem to the fix. A fix for the problem. And so pre-mint was something where people were able to get these early access type of things where they behind the scenes, they did all the smart contract stuff. A bunch of collections started partnering with them to do their mints, which was great. And like people that had the pre-mint, well, guess what? You had like the utility aspect to it. But I haven't seen that like in a long time. So I'm surprised that that's just not really around. I don't know what happened. We got to unfollow OpenSea. Facts. I want to see if there's anything. Oh, the Metroverse. This was something that had a ton of money behind it, I think. 119,000 followers. Yeah. Metroverse is a land trading strategy game. Collect, trade, and battle. Meta citizens. After a year and a half of building and many accomplishments to be proud of, Metroverse will be shutting down and ending further development of the game. Thanks for everyone who played the game. Comments are off. Not a bet. What are we doing? But this got so much attention. I don't know why. Like, I don't even remember them posting anything interesting. These are all exactly the same. Ah, okay. So you launch, I say we're doing a token, and they're like, yeah, never mind. That's crazy. Meta citizens, we are thrilled to announce the Met token, 100 to 1 reserve split. Met throughout the ecosystem on chain and off chain. We split on Friday. I don't. Okay, so maybe that wasn't like a token announcement. They were doing a split for it. I don't know if they weren't wicked, right? Like, where can we see what this is? You know what I mean? Like when I talk about content, when I talk about these stuff, like imagine you're a normal person going to this, and I'm like, I want to play the game. Show me what the game looks like. Okay, so this is the first thing that we're seeing, and it's kind of like just a couple of images with like text that doesn't actually say anything. But they sold out of their mini collection. I mean, I'm not gonna go down the rabbit hole, but it's like, holy smokes, show off what you're cooking. You know what I mean? Oh, we haven't seen Yam since 2024. Yam was the art of Rule the Wind. Was she not the CEO? I didn't know she was the artist for that as well. That's super cool. Looks like AI red card for Metroverse. Facts. I'm positive they made an absolute bag too on that. Like, I know. Okay, so I brought this up the other day on the other stream, but I'm just going to assume a couple of you are new seeing this. So Nickelodeon, at a point, did the same thing. And if you remember back to when we looked at the Game of Thrones one moments ago, Nifties was kind of the provider, the team behind making that a thing. And for Nickelodeon, it was powered by Recur. But like Metroverse and like, I don't know if he's still around, but like a lot of the other things, Recur went under. And Recur raised, I think it was $60 million. So it was very, very strange on that aspect. And the NFTs for them, like they did look like exactly like the collections. And you're like, okay, you know what? We've seen a lot of these other collections. I haven't really felt a thing throughout this whole stream. And you're like, you know what? I recognize a couple of these, and it's kind of cool. And that's the idea when we think of these big brands and stuff coming in. They're not going to sell you, hey, here, you get the exclusive IP rights to Ash Ketchum a Pokemon. Like, absolutely not. But they're going to do these derivatives. They're going to do stuff that's like one of one. They're going to have stuff that's for mass market. They're going to have stuff for people that are wanting to be whales or go for those collector edition items because that's going to be money. If these guys still have the video up, I need to play it. So the Element was just a random collection. Yo, Eric, what's up? I got lucky and got out of the Hello Kitty collaboration. I thought it was going to be good. I really did. It's tough. So these are another like 3D collection of sorts, right? Do we have the videos of what the experience looked like? Or their trailer? Okay. You're back in June of 2022. You got $500 in your pocket, courtesy of Schiller. Courtesy. Recourse sucks, such a scam true. and you're minting everything like Kaz is, because Kaz is a goat, and you come across this trailer, mint or not mint? That's for you to answer. Mint or don't mint? A Puto is calling. That's what are we even trying to do with the name here? Whatever the more fish decision is, I do that one. Hell yeah. Yeah, you sound like a crypto fish. You hold a crypto fish? Heck. I don't know. Like, I feel like it doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't tell you anything. What do you mean that's marketing? How's that supposed to get anybody hyped? What the hell is a portal? What's the point of the lore? We have no idea about anything. Like, what? When will projects start to show their products so we can decide if it's worth it? See, that's a problem. It's like a lot of the stuff, there's not a product or they're working on it throughout, which is totally fine. But people have different perspectives of things. Hoonzy brought up Kid 8 earlier, the G-Vols collection. We didn't, this is good because I didn't bring up like a couple different collections, so we can look at this. This is this guy's like an artist, right? Like I remember seeing these characters and whatnot back in the day and being like, hell yeah. And I really enjoyed like his one-of-one variations. I don't know if it's going to be easy to find those. I'm trying to think of like what the hell they were called. It was like G-Vols and then D-Vols. But anyway, this was like the generative collection from Kid 8. I thought it was super cool. I don't know if Kid 8 is active within the space anymore, but this was absolutely a collection that I just thought was really, really cool back in the day. So F-Render, who's a Canadian, went at one point to create Alcedia. And they haven't posted in quite some time, but the concept with it was just, it was a world where you were able to go through, and the style from the artist himself was like the metaverse that was created within this. And it was, I don't know. I thought it was super cool, but it was also like, I need to be like in the mood where I want to like, space out and like look at a couple of like random, really large 3D variants of 2D NFTs sort of situation. You know what I mean? Like you gotta really be in the mood. Let's start all over and make it all about the art. Hell yeah, that's what we're looking for. Oh, and then Kid 8's here. So this is like the artist account himself. I don't know. I'm assuming authorized required. What? Why does this guy have a collection that is linked as his thing? When was the last time that he posted? 2024, out of office. All right, well, he's out of office. What do you want? What do you want me to do about it? I can't do anything about it. Creator of the Evol. Can we look on OpenSea and see if we can find this? Like I've interviewed, I've not met Kid 8, right? Like it's through the phone sort of situation. He's a super cool guy. Evol, no, I mean like it's with an exclamation mark or something. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find it on that one. That's okay. I actually thought the song thing he did was awesome. What was the song thing he did? Maybe I'm a fish. I don't remember. I do not remember. We'll maybe go through like the whole list one more time just to see if there's any ones that we missed. It's fun hanging out with you. So Lucky Zeros, this was a collection that came out. This was the style of their collection. Just think of other, eccentric assets of sorts. But generally speaking, I thought that they looked really cool. Oh, do we get to ask again? Oh, we get to ask again. Okay. You are back in July 2nd of 2023. The studio that made this animation is launching a collection. Mint or don't mint? What do we think? Pretty good. Pretty good animation. Now, do I want to go out and spend a couple $100s on whatever their NFT is? Maybe. Let's take a look on what that is. The Lucky Zeros, made by Purebase. So when I use the term eccentric, a second ago. Does this fit? Not really. Guy's got a popsicle head. It's crazy. A couple of different characters here and there. Okay. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. Gets about 2,000 ETH volume. Not terrible. If we look again, you can see that there was one called the Wild Ones. So it looks like they did a secondary collection of sorts. Now, what I would maybe argue with this is it kind of feels like what Azuki did, where their elementals and their like main Azukis look exactly the same, but just like you had slight variants here and there. And I feel like that's kind of a similar vibe to what was going on there. So Look Labs, let's get into it. So we talk about security and some other stuff and have, strong opinions about stuff. Look Labs was another collection that I got really into. They had two different components of it that was called 420 game, and that was kind of like a cannabis farming game of sorts, but then Endgame, which I thought was going to be great. They had comic book writers lined up. I've actually met the entire team when they were at VCon in Minnesota. Everything was just like, this is cool. They have big aspirations, and it was a team that was basically... they were a part of a company that owned a whole bunch of companies, and the head owner of that sold a portion of those companies and then hired some of the team from that. So they had like and this is from the Web 2 world jumping into Web 3 when it was all getting hot. But again, everything checked out, met them in person. It was genuine people, and they've gone on to do some really cool stuff within the space. And so whenever I make comments about people are dedicated within the space, people have talents, they have skill sets, they will jump around to different things because there's situations, there's not right fits, there's everything else. And this is a very, very unique situation that probably other people have experienced or has what's happened, but you'll never know it. So there was a guy called Green Genie. This was a dev that was out in Europe somewhere, and he got extra investments from certain members and stuff that were associated within the community. They had wild success in pretty every metric you could think of, and they had like a pretty decent treasury for a team of whatever it was, which wasn't too big. That dev took $5 million and just left. And so that left everybody else, of the guy that just sold a bunch of his businesses to go into this and hired a whole bunch of other people, the individuals that put big investments in behind this, it just did, and this person is gone, dusted in the wind. And so we have different takes about the space, and where everything lined up, where I legitimately met the team, and sure, maybe that doesn't account for anything for everybody. Totally respect that. But I feel like I'm a pretty decent judge of character to a point. And I was like, I feel like these people are genuine, and everything was on the right track. But then it took a single person to derail the whole thing because, again, there's no funding. Royalties are crushed within the NFT space. You have a community, but like, how much are they actually able to support within this? And so obviously it ended up going under, but there's a little bit of story time with me. And again, if you're just tuning in the stream, guys, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. We do go live every single day, so would love for any shares, subscriptions on the channel. If you guys are like, yo, we want to come back and watch this guy again. If you're not subscribed, please do so. Gala Games got me with Miranda's. Gala Games is another very interesting subset because they've done problematic things. Yo, Roar, appreciate you coming through, sir. They've done problematic things where they've done art drops with BT. We streamed when it was happening, and they were charging 11 ETH. They were charging 11 ETH. All right, let me throw this just in the background for anybody that's not on X. Whenever I talk about X, that's the account if you want to follow. Peckham Eagle, yo, thank you for reposting the stream, Peckham. Absolute freaking legend. Holy smokes. What were we just talking about? I feel like I totally got lost on track. Oh, I was going to go on like the world's greatest rant. Oh, I forget. Well, hold on. Oh, Gala Games. Read the chat. You'll get remembered. True. So they did this BT Orbs, and it was, can I just like bring it up? Maybe we'll just do that. BT Orbs NFTs. Orbs by BT. Oh, they still have the official site? Oh, is this still up? Oh, it is. Oh, this is a nostalgia kick for me. Holy smokes. So you're back in whatever year this is, and you know that there's going to be an orb. Let me read this. I got to give a little bit of a background. Okay, we're gonna mute the site. Go back to the music. Apologies for the loud volume there. Thank you for accepting my apology. 3,333 orbs. No repetitions. To say that each orb is unique is barely scratching the surface of this groundbreaking art series. Each piece has a personality of its own. A collection of objects, terrains, skies, and stars that react in real time to an ongoing and ever-changing musical creation. The composition continues into eternity, never looping or repeating itself in an endless stream presentation of true creative power. Yo, mint or don't mint? What's the call? Yo, we got 10 seconds. 9 seconds. Are we minting or are we not minting? You gotta remember, it's 11 ETH. Remember, you have to own 11 ETH to get this world ground. UBF is groundbreaking. This groundbreaking piece of only 3,333 down to 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And the collection doesn't sell out. Well, no shit. You're charging 11 ETH for it, you absolute donkey. Absolute donkey. Yo, Hoonsy, I think Tagline bought one. Eric, you're going to pass? Okay. I hear you. So there was all this hoopla and whatnot. I don't know if I can even find these certain things. So like BT Orb Backlash. If I type that in, does that just like come up? No, it doesn't. Gala Games? BT Orb Gala Games. Yeah? No, nothing's coming up here. Okay. Okay. All right. No, hold it. True. Hold it. Pause the music. We kind of listen. We don't have everything that you want in life, but what we are able to bring to you on this fine afternoon. What the hell are these YouTube options there? What the frig? Wait, why'd the chat just reset there? What's going on? Hell yeah. Is that leave or is that just stuck there? Oh, that's kind of stuck there. All right, I'm moving the chat off to the side. We're still here though, right? Am I live? Hello? Oh no. Maybe something happened. Okay, so back to this. So they actually did like an AMA.
Good afternoon, Galaxians. This is Jason Bitbender Brink. Welcome to the BT Orbs AMA. I'm just going to sit here and chat a little bit with BT.
Okay, so it's just like whatever. Already bought my music. This is something else. We'll make all exclusive orbs. There's some other interviews you can see, but basically they went after this mint happened to basically try to do damage control. That's what they were trying to do because it was holy smokes. Because what happened was those that minted, right? Because people did mint the 11 ETH with it just like not moving. The perception was at any point. Hold on, Hoonsy's got the track. Hold on. No way. No, did he? Oh my God, he did. That's crazy. All right, so our good buddy bought a couple of. He had that many? Yo, no way. Yo, we got to talk with him. I didn't know that. Gee, holy smokes. So this is going to load here. We'll see what happens with it. If anything at all. I don't really know. Take like huge amounts of computer power. All right, I'm not, whatever. It can be what it is. But yeah, so basically it was just a collection that had these scenes, that had different stuff that was going through it. I think they worked on like the Lion King soundtrack or had like a pretty big notoriety behind them. I mean, like, it looks all right. Like, it's kind of cool. But, like, are we talking 11 ETH kind of cool? I don't know. I don't know about that one, buddy. I don't know about that one. Save the Martians. This has got an interesting bio. I don't really remember what it is, though. First profile picture project to achieve on-chain NFT merging deflation. These look sort of familiar now that I see it. I don't remember what the hell it is. Yo, what's going on, Harry Swan? How we doing? Have you had a coffee today? Harry, I haven't had a coffee today, buddy. That's going to be tough. That's going to be a red for me. That's tough. Oh, The founder of Chimpsons. Another very common thing that we've had in the Web3 space where somebody takes a collection and just says, we're going to do a derivative of it. So we're going to take Bored Ape Yacht Club and we're going to pretend that it is in The Simpsons and call it the Chimpsons. Yeah, I love those. Hell yeah. And again, normally the Bored Ape Yacht Club hat said like BAYC. This one says Chimpsons, but otherwise very, very similar. Man, amazing art. Amazing art. Factual. Game of Silks. Real ownership, real races. Is this like a variation on Zedrun? These had huge sponsors, didn't it? Remember the otters? Yo, did you just see the otters in there, or are you just asking that? Yeah, we got to find the otters. The otters are for sure in here, Harry. No. Harry, we're going to find the otters. Yo, if you're here, Harry's going to see the otters. Facts. But Game of Skills, this looks super familiar. It had 11,000 followers, over $1 million in the first year. They haven't posted anything since there. Yeah, I can't really add any extra comments to it. I don't really want to go check it out because it hasn't posted in a while, but had something to do with NFTs. Small collection, it was like one guy. Yeah. And if you're seeing anything, if you're watching right now and you want me to click on it, let me know. But if you missed the first half of the stream, we've gone over several on each page, but we're doing kind of a second loop. So you might think, oh, why are they talking about that? And it is because we already did earlier. Camdes. Oh my God. This was the artist for Starcatchers. Maybe the founder for Starcatchers. So all these have like a little bit of a style to them, right? Some people attracted to the art. Harry Swan. If Harry Swan likes the art, it's a sender. And Starcatchers had one of the biggest communities that I would, if you were gonna say I need you to relate Starcatchers to a collection right now, I'd say it's Good Vibes Club. It was one of the collections that just, right off the bat, it just hit with people. The team was out there. It was a perfect comparison, I think. But then they had some falling out. The team members didn't get together. The artist, there was some falling out of some sort, and I haven't seen the collection as prominent since. And obviously, anytime there's a problem with founders, it just kind of just doomed. And that's where you get the arguments of the historical NFTs, because you don't have something happening. It's good until it's not. The Odd Waffles. I don't know why the stuff that's like not a person seems appealing. Like we have the screaming beavers and the Odd Waffles. Closed Discord, everything ready to grow. Oh God. This is like the most NFT thing ever. So on August 23rd, 2022, everything ready to go. Mint date announcing tomorrow. Waffles are going live September 4th. Mark your calendars. Mint specifics will be posted in the coming days. And never posted again. And then never posted again. That's tough. Fluffy Otter. Fluffy Otter. You know what's funny about this conversation? I thought you were talking about a different otter collection. You might know which one I'm talking about, and we'll bring it up because I seen it. But I forgot about the otters. I think that I bought 2 or 3 of these. I FOMO'd real hard. Harry Swan was like, look at these, and I was like, you know what? An otter in a banana suit? Hell yeah. But I didn't buy that particular one. Oh my God. All right, if you're in the Schillerverse Discord, you'll for sure know this one. Wait, I showed you these? Yeah, dude, I don't even remember. I just assume everybody showed me other stuff. That's funny. So anyway, this collection, just like the profile picture, hopefully they have a couple of other ones. It was just of like a character, but it was done in like various artistic styles. As you can see, hoodies, hats, glasses, whatever, McDonald's outfits of sorts. And this collection got like a ton of traction. People were like, this is cool. Like just the art style of it is awesome. But then I think the artists just stopped doing stuff. But these were going for a pretty penny at a point. $98 ETH total volume. Just an artist came into the space trying to figure it out. The highest last sale, 4.2 ETH. A little bit of an X copy. Abode. Nod to him. Got the graphic designer. Pros to Silva. A couple of different stuff. 2 ETH. 2 ETH. 1 ETH. 2 ETH. Again, simple art collection. Wild to go back and see what these look like. Also, can I do a roll call in the chat just to understand who's actually here? Because we got Harry Swan in the chat. We got Roar in the chat. We got Hoonsy that was here a moment ago. We got Eric popping through once in a while. Peckham's probably just hanging out, being like, shut up. You know, I listen. Just friggin' keep talking. All right, buddy. Kaz, we saw you earlier. Can we get a roll call in the chat? We got Hoonsy and Harry, who we knew were here. Listen, that's dedication. Respect. Strange Hands. Who the hell did Strange Hands? Was this something JBB was involved in? No. That was something about eyes. This is different. So amongst the avatars, we still have yo bit dark. How we doing, buddy? Oh, she's crazy flipping these. Hell yeah, buff pass. Okay, I hear ya. So, do any of these collections end up making you feel any sort of way? Wagmi. Yeah, that's what I want to have in my profile picture. Wagmi. It's crazy. I need to go get a drink in a second because I feel like I've been yapping. It's been 2 hours. It's felt like 20 minutes. This has been absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to go grab that drink because I'm going to die here for a second. So vibe out, listen to the music, and think, would you mint Yondo Mondo? I wish I had this when we had like that hand thing a second ago. I don't know if you guys have ever had like the peach tea variation. Yeah, oh, it's absolutely phenomenal. Dude, I can't do like pop. Anything that's got fizz in it, that's not good. Same with like League of Legends. If I got a fizz on my team, nah, that's a red, buddy. The irony of me sitting in lane at the bank drive-through and Gutters dropped. So when Gutter Cat Gang dropped, I think I was in like a Starbucks parking lot. We were driving back from somewhere. And I'm like smashing on my laptop. And I'm like screaming like the Starbucks Wi-Fi isn't working on my laptop. Because I don't know if I had like phone data at the time. Maybe I did, or I tried on my phone and shit wasn't working. And then they come out with a Discord announcement that it's all chalked. And then people are like minting beforehand. Holy, yo, bro, what? Oh, baby. What a time. So Yondo Mondo. Yeah, because it dropped 15 minutes early. But it's like, why do you do that? Just dumb. So own a piece of the next major animated universe. And so just to do like a little bit of a recap. Hello, welcome. If you're watching for the first time, we do streams every single day. It's usually for like 30 minutes. So if you're wanting a quick hit, you're going to the gym, going for a drive, open up the streams, watch them 2x if you need to. Get your quick hit of the day type of deal. Love you guys for coming through. But we're going through like the history. Like we're going through like a time capsule of back in the day of how some of the ridiculousness, how some of the stuff was obvious. And I was like, me and Goki insta-minted. Yo, Goki, you know, what a gem. Then I sold it the day before they announced the rats. Then the rats mooned. Gutter Cat's maybe one of the only collections that have done what, like four companion drops that have turned out good, I think. So Yondo Mondo. I think I have an interview with Yondo Mondo. Yondo Mondo, the site's not even there anymore. Nah, that's criminal. That's criminal. I'm going to see. I might have hidden the video. There's some videos that like I hide of like, okay, well, there's no point in this existing because it didn't do anything at all. Schillerverse. Yondo Mondo. Oh, they have a YouTube channel. I wonder if they have anything else in it. Wait, somebody wrote a guide for this called Crypto Bunker. Coquina Hall of Fame Yapper. Yeah, true. Yeah, there's not going to be much. Sorry, I can't really show you anything if the website doesn't have whatever. I guess we can look on the media side. He's been gone 2+ years and still #1 yapper. That guy's a yapping. True. So, I mean, for lack of a better show, these are what the collections looked like, and they were going to do a TV show. I think one of them was like a surgeon or super high up in healthcare, insurance healthcare. I have no idea, but I remember doing the interview, and these guys were, you know, hey, we've done a whole bunch of stuff. We're like really successful. This is going to be successful too. And again, like it had like relatively high quality stuff, but they just didn't end up getting enough people to mint or continue there, which kind of stuck. What happened to CyberKong? So CyberKong is still around, but if you mean, they just announced the other day that they were going to change the banana token, where you are now exchanging it for Kong's token at a 25-to-1 ratio, which is crazy. So they're really expanding it. But I don't know what like the actual new utility is for that specific collection. That's all I got. There's this moose head. I couldn't tell you. I don't remember this at all. I must have followed at some point though. Remember Red Nose Schiller Punk? Dude, imagine I kept it. So at one point, there might be a stream of this somewhere. I got no idea. But I bought a CryptoPunk way back in the day. But like those things, like it was anything that I've ever had in Web3 was in that one asset. I was like, you ever see in Shrek 3 and near the beginning of the end of the movie, there's a frog that's sitting on the leaf, and Shrek and Fiona go over to him, or it like cuts a scene, and the frog goes, "I'm dying." That was like me, like literally every second after buying the CryptoPunk. And so I was just like, nah, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. So I sold it like a week later, and now they're at like $200,000. That's criminal. Yeah, Narmak, you friggin' beauty. What's going on? Yeah, I don't know if Tolly's around. The first time we went through this, Tolly showed up. He hadn't tweeted since like 24. Gokina had the Barry Sanders career? Hell yeah. So that was Yondo Mondo. The Yondo Mondo. Moosehead, again, don't remember anything. Panda Golf Squad, we went over this. Hold on. I'm going to look. If the DM's not that bad, we'll open it. Okay, so yeah, sure, whatever. This is whatever. So I invite them to the podcast because we were doing like a lot of guests and stuff, right? And they respond, yes, great idea. Let me ask my partners and I'll get back to you soon. Thanks for the opportunity. And then like, they don't get back to me. It's like 8 days. I'm like, respectfully, we're in NFT time. We're not in whatever world you're living in. Okay? They say, yes, just need to get some sleep. It's morning here in France. I haven't slept all night. And remember, the collection doesn't do... Nothing's going on. But they're saying they're working this, and the collection doesn't... It ends up shutting down because all the founders hate each other. Does this sound like a founder that hates everybody else? It's criminal. Unreal. Remember Sunken Squids? Holy shit. We can absolutely go down the rabbit hole. I'm game. If it pops up, it pops up. So Ethlings was another collection that got a ton of traction at a point. This was one of the first ones you're able to kind of customize your character, make it look however you want. The wonderful world of Web3. But they shut down. Oh, Max Poker was doing stuff with them back in the day. And then S. Wolf Chan's Ape. Oh, you got to get the gang back together. Okay, so this was the update. Hey, everyone. Crypto Accord and Max Poker update here. Was Max Poker on the team for them? I had no idea. Update from our end as a middleman during this eventful week, and after some discussions with Red Bagels and several community calls, main topic still coming up, potential project migration of ownership. I don't know. I guess it goes through like a whole bunch of stuff. We do get, as we said, no one can predict the future, but most of us share in the belief. Oh, okay. So here's an example of just looking at a collection that was trying to do stuff. It had a community, it had a decent amount of stuff. Obviously, royalties are I don't think at this moment in time, but like getting very close to suddenly getting kaputs. But the final comments in this that I'm blocking. No one can predict the future, but most of us share a belief that this product and platform has too much significance and depth to go quietly into the night. And a lot of people feel that about a lot of different projects that are shutting down right now. So it's kind of tough in that sense. Yo, fellow cake. Yo, are you talking about Keith? Nah. Fabricate? Nah. Keith was a beauty. I know that you didn't bring up Keith there, but you're thinking about cake. Yo, where's Keith? Remember the Chappie Mint? Oh. See, that's one that I feel I would need the visual reminder. So we talked about LameloVerse earlier, a couple different celebrities that try to do stuff that just didn't really come to fruition. Reckless Whales. Is this? No, it's not. Do you guys remember what the whale collection was for that kid who was like 8 that made like several million, and then his dad's like on the spaces with him saying he's putting it in his education fund? Oh, there was some crazy ass times back in the day. It was not that collection though. Oh, I need to, sorry. I'm like focusing on making sure that everybody's, having a good time and seeing what's on screen here. But I forgot the whole point of why I'm doing this is to like just unfollow accounts that I don't recognize and that are not active. Oh, hold on. We could talk about Pixel Vault Sports. So Pixel Vault went down a whole bunch of different rabbit holes of whether they want to go to games and try to expand beyond. And one of their interesting ones was going and having a sports division of sorts. So whether this was going to get into gaming, whatever it was, we don't know. But one of the things that was super interesting is they right away were going out and sponsoring Major League Baseball to advertise the company, which I don't know if many people even knew that was going on at the time. But the problem with this, looking back on it and trying to be argumentative or poignant with a point, there really wasn't a whole lot if you weren't within the Web3 realms, right? Like, if you're not somebody that's going to go out, buy crypto, purchase these NFTs that are associated with other stuff within this ecosystem, there really wasn't anything to advertise at that time. So it's a super cool activation, but I don't know if it really kind of meant anything. But the point with this is they went down the sports division, and one of the partnerships with Major League Baseball was actually the fact that they got free tickets to events at one point, but also during their NFT NYC stint, they decided instead of doing kind of a big community activation where everybody goes out, sits at a bar, they rent out a building for half a day, whatever it is, we're going to try to do more meaningful group activities. So some of that included like a Chinatown bar crawl, excuse me. And one of those was also going to a Yankees game. And the way to get into that was by just getting lucky from holding the NFTs. And people randomly dropped this. And for the people that wanted to go to the event that didn't win those, had to buy them off of the other people. So I had to go and buy them because I was like, you know what? Let's go have a good time. Go to a Yankees game with the Pixel Vault crew. Hell yeah. We get to the arena. I should start before. This is going to be the story time of the day. So Major League Baseball has a headquarters in New York City where it's like the MLB store. Right next to it is the headquarters. And so part of this Yankees tour is us getting to go and see what the MLB offices look like in New York. And I think it was for MLB TV too, because we walked in and they have all these screens, the producers, everything else. It was a giant area. Typically, New York and the apartments is like these squished in, like very claustrophobic feelings to it. The MLB place, it was you could fit a whale. You could take a literal whale from the ocean and put it through the halls of the MLB Network office in New York. It was absolutely absurd. And they had these different offices and stuff, and it was a really cool experience. And then security got so pissed off with us because what the problem was is there was like it was like 30 of us, right? And normally they have to check people in, but I guess they don't really do big groups ever. So they're going through, they're checking everybody's ID. They're doing it one by one. And then like 7 people in, they're just like, okay, you're from this group. Just go. And then we left. We got on the bus. They had like snacks, bananas, a whole bunch of other stuff, granola bars, water for everybody. It was really, really cool. And then we get to the arena and Yankees Arena. Listen, I hope that at one point in your life, you get to experience a sports atmosphere that is electric. It was a regular season game, and the stadium just oozed passion. And I was like, man, I've been to sporting events, but usually like you go there, you don't really, sometimes you get into it, depends. Like these people care. So that was the first thing that was really cool. We get up and we go over to the rafters. Well, it was like the 200 level, right? Just above there. I do need to go to a Clipper game, true. And so we get over to the seats and we have to walk. Like the Yankee Stadium is just brutal. So you're going, you're already dying. And then we're at like the last 2 rows of the 200 level. So it's like sort of VIP-ish. And it's at the end and we're in like our big group, which is cool. And that was the other thing that was absolutely shocking to me is at that game, there were so many work groups. And maybe they just ended up being friends, but I'm talking people that were like wearing the same uniform or that were talking like they were at like a business meeting sort of thing. Like it was groups upon groups upon groups of people. And then, I've been to sporting events. I'm like, this is like a completely different crowd from my perspective. And that was very unique to me. So we sit down as a group at the 25, whatever it is. And then 2 people immediately get up and are like, we're going for food. We're at Yankee Stadium, they want to get food. Hell yeah, love to see it. 30 seconds pass, maybe. Those 2 people are gone. Tour guide, Janet was the beauty. So good. I think she came from like Netflix or something crazy. Like, holy shit. Guys, we're covering your food. We're covering your drinks. We're going over to this VIP food booth. Yeah, let's go. I'm just like, okay, that's cool. Are we gonna let those 2 people that just like left know? It's good. No. Oh, okay. All right. Mind my own business. So we go down this area. Man, it's just crazy, right? Like it's a box. You have people that are lined up. It's like sort of this VIP area. They have like, a whole bunch of things you can think of, whatever you want. So we get the food. You sit there. They also have like free bags of little popcorn on your way out. Making you feel like a real VIP. You know what I'm saying? And collectively, we're like walking back with all of our giant food, free drinks, whatever the hell it is. And the 2 people that left before is sitting there like eating chicken strips. And I'm just like, those people just paid like $50 for that each. And we just walked in and got all that. Why didn't we tell them? And then Aaron Judge hit like a walk-off home run. Not a home run, but a bat. Oh, it was good. And I think, potentially, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, like, this is a big potential. I might have a photo from that event here for you live. Boom. There it is. You thought that was a fake story? We got the pictures to prove it. So I'm there. That's G-Funk. There's a good group, good time. That's VGF over there. It's a good time. Hell yeah. So there's your story about Pixel Vault Sports and my times at Yankee Stadium. Sounds like you need... sorry, you pitch. Agreed. Huddle around children. I can hear a rug pop story IRL. It's crazy. You were expecting a rug. Wow. So, I mean, so the follow-up to this is that apparently they removed G-Funk as the CEO of Pixel Vault. Everything is, like, stopped. And there's, like, some pretty like, highly criminal things that have potentially happened with some of the funds behind the scenes. So, not to say that, like, we didn't deliver on that aspect of things there, Peckham, but it did go very, very downhill really quick. Who let the Mets fan in? That's crazy. What bagging were you on at the time, and who was that hat on? So I bought the hat at the arena. Like, anytime I've gone to a sporting event, like elsewhere, I did it for the Pistons in there. So I bought the hat at the Yankee Stadium, but I think just a Blue Jays fan. Yo, D-Tom's at Joe Mama's house. That's criminal. Nah, it's criminal. Unbelievable. Okay, I need to... Okay, we did story time. Now we do a little bit of unfollowing. Last Expedition asks. We can't even unfollow. We got to go back into story time here. Yo, who was talking about Gala Games a minute ago? Eric, are you still here? Eric, are you still with me? What's going on, buddy? ETH balance of everyone in that photo must have been crazy. Well, so here's the catch though, Hoonsy, right? So I mean, to be transparent, I think that I paid like $300-400 a ticket. And my thesis with it was like, all right, if I can get it for just like a little bit, if we're having all these other experiences like on top of it, like it's probably gonna be good seats, like whatever, it's worth it. This is a once in a lifetime thing. Like I don't travel. I hate leaving the house. You know when like I complain about anything IRL? Yeah, I'm good with staying home. I really am. So anytime we go out, you know, got to make the most of it. What were we going to say with that? Oh, right. So I had to buy it, but everybody that was there probably got it dropped for free. But then, like, literally hours before the event, right? Hours before the event, people start weething it for, like, nothing. And I'm like, if I would have just hoped, prayed, and dreamed that somebody was going to paper hand one of these things, say that I'm going to this event, right? And then show up, because you had to have, like, it in your wallet to, like, connect. Right? Like, one of the cards didn't work for me, but I bought both of them. And, like, I showed them the transaction. They're like, well, we know who you are. Like, it's fine. But Last Expedition. Yo, Eric's still here. That's a good sign. Last Expedition is an exciting new PvP VE. So it's a player versus player versus environment. That sounds like a Warzone. Expedition first-person shooter that challenges the player to retrieve valuable alien artifacts from the hostile planet Aura. That's going to be a red card for creativity on the name of a planet. Aura? I don't know about that, buddy. So this is a... We'll kind of just... Do we want to play the... Yeah, you listen. You know what? We're having a good time. We're going to play the trailer. If you're coming through, thank you so much. Pitch Dark's in the chat. You know it's going to be a good stream. Thank you guys for coming through. Again, any shares on the stream, any conversational pieces you want to bring up as we're going on here, going to be a banger, buddy. Remember when this guy paid to go to VCon, was fighting it, and then they DM'd him stuff? Pitch, do you want me to bring it out? Yeah, I'm going to bring it out. Nah, it's crazy. All right. Question. To mint or not mint? And then Pitch Dark gets what he wants. So mint or don't mint? Can you hear Jeremy screaming at me already? No, that's crazy. No. No. We're not looking into this. Because I don't think this is even a thing anymore. And this is from one of their tournaments, but this was one of the big hyped up gala games that was coming out. But nothing happened. But I think the concept of it looked really neat. It's like a hunter game of sorts, right? Very interesting. Okay, so a couple things here for Pitch and company. So these were the t-shirts that they gave out at that event. See that it says Punks? It's like the Pixel Vault Punks one. So I have one of those. And then Pitch brought up that I crashed out at VCon. Like, furious. I'm never... You know, I feel like I'm pretty chill over anything ever. I was furious at this event. The one thing that we're wanting to get is like merch. They sell out of merch before the first day's done. A lot of the activities and stuff is like kind of you're at the Minnesota football stadium going to these talks and stuff, and you're literally walking up 80 sets of stairs, going around the huge building, going down another 80, and then going down up the stairs, and then you see Beeple walking in the hall, and you're like, holy shit, that's Beeple. And then you see Gary walking the hall, and you're like, holy shit. And then there's a bunch of celebrities on the stage, and you're just like, you're friggin' losing it. More on the aspect of just way too much walking. But they gave you breakfast in the morning. It was great. So VCon. This is the big several-day event that Gary V puts on for his V-Friend holders. And at that event, I lost my cojones on whoever the hell the social media admin is for VCon. So much so that we got Gary V signed Patient Panda hoodies mailed directly. Imagine sending that just as like an NFT. Crazy. Hell, now that's customer service right there. That's what we like to see. Hell yeah. All right, let's keep going here. So we're going through a bunch of older collections, seeing what they've done. If you've missed the stream or joining in late here live, maybe rewind it or save for a gander later. Will someone please create a SimCity on the blockchain? Enough with the shooters. There is a lot of shooters. You are not wrong. Quibbits. Oh my lord. Nah. Do you remember this? Nah. Do you guys remember Quibbits? There really is a lot of just unique collections that are like historic or interesting that maybe there's a chance somebody could get into these NFTs. You know what I mean? Like there's some of these, it's got a vibe. Canklefark the goat, hell yeah. That's a trip down memory lane. You don't remember those? Oh my goodness. Well, they only have 3,000 followers. Maybe that's a reasonable assumption that not everybody would know that. Maybe I should go by like the larger follower accounts. How the hell do all these people not tweet for this long? This is another just weird one. Dead freaks. Like, when I say that there is something for everyone out there, I mean, take a look at Dead Freaks. There's something for everyone. Remember Stoner Cats? Yo, Narmac, we did go over Stoner Cats earlier. I'm happy to do it once again here. That's what we might do too. Deadheads got Canklefark as Ape. Yo, did they? Hell yeah. Yo, love Deadheads. It's a good series. Mystic Wizard NFT. This looks like another one that just didn't end up getting any traction. What do we think? The art is good. The art is bad. Did you do Bonsai Tree yet? Oh, Bonsai Tree. That's a good one, Kaz. That account, I think, is still active. That's the problem. Because what we're doing is just looking at accounts that haven't tweeted in 6+ months that I follow. So it just so happens that all of those are former NFT collections that were something. So Bonsai. Remember long necky ladies? Yeah, I do. I could look that up next. So Bonsai NFT. I think the website's still active because they are. Again, they're getting into drinks of all sorts. You had an absolute banger tree. So, all right, I want you to imagine for a second, okay? You're back in the day. You're minting a collection with the boys. And you pull this. Are you satisfied? Imagine you're back in the day minting one of these with your boys. And you're the one that pulls the ultra rare. Now you're feeling some kind of way. True. Yo, true. And that's what it was all about. Doing this stuff with friends. Somebody would have got a grasshopper with a golden tree. Hoonsy said he had a banger tree and he's going to show it right here, right now. Live. It's crazy. Yo, again, if you're watching here on X, I'd love the hell out of you if you share the stream. I'm trying to grow a little bit more on there. It's slowly but surely happening. Was this you? Nah, it was Hoonsinator. Imagine you're back in the day with your boys. And your boy Hoonsy pulls out a golden tree, pink flowered, golden grasshopper. Ah, what a good night. That nothing could ruin the mood. Nothing. That's a W. That's a W. Oh, and the other thing with the Bonsai NFTs is one of the things that they got people to be excited about or stay in the collection was they said, we're going to do a token called Water. I don't remember what the utility was. It sounded like they were trying to make it actually useful of some sort. But then nothing happened. I don't think they ever actually did the token. They never dropped water. It's crazy. Had another Elder Crystal Mantis. Imagine you're with the boys holding an Elder Crystal Mantis. That's crazy. That's crazy. We brought this up earlier, but just a quick note for anybody that plays League of Legends. The Korea esports team actually did do NFTs at a point called LCK Legendaries, but not anymore. I still hope that they come back one day. I just think they didn't end up finding enough people that were interested at the time. I remember half these accounts that have followed, to be totally truthful. It's like the day, and this is so actually this is a very good example for Uno Momento, if I can use this to leverage opinions I've given. At one point, this entire screen could have been Bored Apes. And it was just something where the whole follow for follow, and it was, right, like it seems almost cliche now where you're like, oh, I see somebody that's like in the collection I'm going to follow. But it was like a passion. It was like, we're best buds right away. The trust in the early days for all of this was crazy. It was a vibe. And I just unfollowed the person that had vibe in their bio. That's disrespectful. Creative the Alien Dougal. So the Alien Boy collection that we looked at earlier, they created a Doodles variation of those Alien Boys. So sorry, I'm not going to go forever through to find the right photo. But as an example, a derivative of a derivative. I think that's the right way of phrasing that. And we talked about this earlier, but again, just because this is... I'm telling you, people, the bigger players are coming into the space for sure. So Walmart began to try to do something within the metaverse. Incubates companies and ideas that will transform the future of retail. Partnership arm of Walmart. Didn't work. Sephora Verse as well. But I mean, sorry, I shouldn't say this didn't work. I think they just like stopped before anything happened with it, right? There was a lot of companies that started a team, started figuring out how to do activations, and then hit the brakes just a little bit. People have not been on in forever. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, and to the point that I was making before about everybody having the Bored Ape Yacht Club as the photos, is like, you can see now that there's so much saturation, and all of those are from different communities, and so you don't have that one singular thing with that group of people was able to latch on together for in the same fashion. Dude, I see some of these names, and I'm like, were these somebody that was in the chat before? Were there somebody that was in the Discord that used to be super active that's not anymore? Yo, oh my God. Yo, we're going vintage today. Rykath, what's going on? Yo, so I showed up in the Discord like forever ago. You know when I popped in and was like, yo, I'll play Rivals or Overwatch or whatever. I'm not going to lie. I haven't looked at that chat again in a hot minute, so I don't know if you guys waited for me, if you did your own thing, but hell yeah, good to see you, buddy. Laser Viking. Oh my God. This is the greatest human being that's ever lived. That's a lie, and that's a stretch. So Laser Viking was somebody that was like an NFT whale at some point. I don't know if this was a burner account or what the hell it was. But there was a thing called Degen Zoo. That's what it was called, right? Can I find this? Hold on a second. Let me see if I can. Degen Zoo. Well, something comes up, but that's definitely not it. Degen Zoo NFTs. That's what it was called, right? Good to see you, fella. Been a while. Missed those crazy fun Top Shot days. Would give an arm and leg to go back to those days. Yo, factual. Yo, that's big facts. Agree. I really want to show these because it was... I just think that it's funny for what has worked and then what's not worked. And what's had just like failures of stuff. Damn it, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this. Also, if there's any breaking news or something interesting going on the timeline, feel free to like... You know, let me know sort of the situation. Yeah, there's no way. All right, no, it's a waste of time. That's a waste of time. Okay, so back to the best person ever. This is like going to be the worst build-up ever to a story. So this Degen Zoo basically goes under. The founder's like, I'm done or whatever. I was like, damn it. I just bought a couple of these for, you know, I don't know, 0.2, 0.3, whatever it was. No, it was more than that. I think it was more than that. Because it was like a collection out of like 113. I was like, okay, damn it. I just lost all that. If this guy comes through, just sweeps the floor. What? Bravo, Laser Viking. What an absolute gem and a half. Unbelievable. Best person I've met in Web3. True. Okay. Continuing on, looking to see what else we have on this front. True. Galactic Aliens, no. Pixel the Apes. Oh, okay, so sure. Let's talk about Pixel the Apes for a second. So you might not be familiar with this, but this is actually the first collection that has ever been launched associated with Futureverse. So back when CyberKongs was minting way back in the day, one of the artists behind what's going on for Fluff World, etc. They came up with this like just 2D art style collection that had a bunch of abodes to obviously different cultural. What the hell is that over there? Nah, I'm gonna pretend we didn't see that. True. True. 1.25 floor. And yeah, so it goes back to the same thing of, I thought Degen Zoo was going to be super great. Artist ends up stopping. And then there's other stuff where, in this example, Pixel of the Apes is one of like the things before what Featureverse is doing for everything else. So it's kind of neat to have that a little bit of a history lesson you might not be familiar with. Okay, we go from history to what do we call this one? Holy smokes. So I've worked with like very, very few teams within the Web3 space because you learn very early on that it's shady as hell. People give you all your info, like address, name, whatever, and then just, nope, it's done. It's out of here. But, I want to give credit where credit's due as well. They did donate the money they were going to do. So Sunken Squids was a collection back in the day that was just working on being a sunken squid. You know what I mean? Like just hanging out, being all tangly and stuff. And then so they didn't mint out, but they got like halfway through their mint, or I think it was only like 25% or something. So they just said, we're going to still donate what we did, but like we can't continue. Which, again, we have the arguments of, is it malpractice? If they were able to get the funds that they wanted to, would they end up continuing to do stuff where we saw with the likes of Ethlings a moment ago? Meta Monster, I don't know. Lupe Fiasco, that's a celebrity NFT. Told the story the other stream that we were on. Cattails, I think, was like a fundraiser. Yeah, they're building an IRL sanctuary for cats. So there's people that were trying to do like interesting. Like we've looked at how many collections and how many of them are you like, yeah, you know what, like anything you've talked about or wait, just the way they look moves me that much that I'd be interested in, right? Probably not that many. But what if you're going to be able to help fund a cat sanctuary IRL? And this one, again, 819 followers, didn't really end up catching on. But there was a lot of efforts from people trying to do something good. And so I'm excited for when this starts really coming back through and people are feeling a little bit generous again. But that actually might be like the take of the day, that we're going to see more charitable companies of sorts try to come on chain. That's a take of a day right there. That's a take of a day. Gearheads. Oh. Shilliver's Discord participants. Where the hell is TrueCon at? Where the hell is anybody at that remembers Gearheads? I am so scared to open this. I'm going to do it because it's you, but I'm so scared to open this. Gay did. No, that's unbelievable. We brought up this earlier. But Pix Puppies was a collection that I was like, these are great. Look at them. Well, I'm vibing with them. And they moved at a point. I guess something happened with them and they did second ones. Only 28 ETH total volume. Guy disappears. Like the creator for it. Disappears, comes back, and says, my parents took my computer away because I did something with like crypto. And that's a sin. Or I don't know what the hell else. And gave just this wild breakdown of his family being the reason that he wasn't around. And then I'm going to keep continuing to do stuff. Puts out all these announcements, and then we never see him again. Criminal. Voodoo City. I recall at a point that I thought this would be interesting. Nah, why did I think that? Nah, that's creepy. 6,666 voodoos. An ancient mysterious legend is about to reemerge. Mint price 0.055. Okay. Let's have a serious discussion for a second. Somebody out there needs to make a graph, a table, like a rundown of all the NFT mints and their price. It would be such an interesting thing to look at because we've had those people that put together like the timeline for relatively large NFT drops. But what about mint prices? Because that would be something. Everybody did something different. Doodles was like 0.123. Some people had free ones. Striker 06045. This is when companies bought Bored Apes. Major League Soccer, an agency working with Major League Soccer, bought an ape to advertise and then asked if you liked Instagram or Twitter better, because that's what you do as a social media ad. Holy moly. Yo, too comfy. Yo, too comfy. That's the name. Oh, baby. I'm trying to think what I could search within this platform to be able to see if we can like narrow it down. Because if I just go to following, I mean, we could do something very similar to this and see ones that have tweeted. Well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't have that historical aspect to it because these are all that haven't posted for 6+ months. Bored and hungry. Have you guys seen the Bored Ape branded business? There was a pop-up in California. I think they have a few shops that are opening up in Asia. One of the founders for it, Half Tons. And they did Food Fighters University. And they've actually gone and done, like, story time. They had an event out in Toronto. And it was at like this dive bar with like arcade games. I actively never try to leave the house. You know what I'm saying? So you want me to go to a dive bar in Toronto with a whole bunch of people that I have no idea about, and it's going to be an NFT event. That's criminal. So we get there, meet a couple people. The one guy shows me Prometheans, which is a collection. He's like, these are the hottest things in Asia right now. I'm like, that's all fun. I don't know if the collection sells for like any meaningful amount of money anymore. Hold on, let's look. It's called Prometheus. Was it these? No. Whatever. Hopefully we'll have it pop up on the other thing. Anywho. They have these regenerative fries from McCain Fries. You ever go to the store and you look at the different frozen fries if you're feeling like having a French fry? You see the McCain bag? That's Web3. Well, anyway, they have like these pajamas, these takeaway bags for people that showed up. And this was supposed to highlight the Bored and Hungry shop and highlight the McCain Farms fry regenerative farms, right? Like it was an educational piece about food, but they harvested it. And this guy drives down from like the US for it. And there's like maybe 10 of us, 15, maybe 30. And I feel like the guy like just split after like the first 45 minutes. And it was like his event. I was like, you know what? I wouldn't want to hang out with me either type of situation. You know what I mean? Crazy. Slacker Duck Pond, they posted recently. Hell yeah, a little bit of a slacker. True. Oh, you want to press I want. This is like Pedro Pascal in Game of Thrones. I will be a champion. True. Highest last sale for Slacker Duck Pond is $39. That's absolutely money laundering. Oh, what are we doing? No, that's crazy. That's criminal. Gold one sold for 4.2, 1.99, 1.01. Kind of interesting background. True. Yo, non-fungible alpha. True. Oh. So to make reference about, BYO pills, they made an announcement the other day, shut down. You know who hit me up for that? Yo, Distress Pickle hit me a DM. He's like, yo, BYO pills shut down. And then I seen him on the timeline dancing on people because he saved tweets from like 2022. He saved tweets from 2022 of when he had like reasonable questions of like, hey, this is weird. And people told him like, no, you're dumb. Stop saying anything. And he goes back. He just goes on the craziest victory lap I've ever seen on X. Unreal. Back in the day, ton of derivatives and whatnot. And one of the biggest after Bored Apes minted, people were like, we need to create stuff around apes. Bored Ape heads. I think I have one in my wallet. Just whatever your ape was. So like mine is this one. Just imagine that as this. Bada boom, bada bing. Let me see if I can find it. It was a must-have. Listen, you see your friends within the club having these absolute banger board heads on the timeline. The guy's like, do one for you for $50. Sold. Those people that were just making bank off derivatives for this sort of stuff back in the day, which was hilarious. Nostalgia. Rabbit College Club, Galactic Secret Agencies. There's so many we can go over. It's crazy. Oh, there's a boy, Ben Jordan. Ben Jordan doesn't even follow me. Yo, can we get Ben Jordan to follow me? Listen, that's the last follow I need in life. Guy also hasn't tweeted since 22. Holy smokes. Lizards were kind of sick. There's a couple different lizards. Oh, is Harry... Yo, is the hairiest of swans still here? This was the otter collection I thought you were referencing at first. But then when you showed the other one, I was like, oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Like, imagine you're hanging out with the boys and you decide you're going to mint a couple of otters. And they reveal, and you're the Santa Claus of the group. Yo, people are jolly around you. Best night ever. Mood could never be ruined. True. Or you get kind of like the Harry going to the family Christmas party, got the sunglasses, yo, got the vibe going. Yo, his Harry Swan is in the building, baby. Crazy work. Unbelievable. Cranky Critters. Mike Man. Oh, yo, we're going down the rabbit hole of Mike Man's back here. Holy smokes. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Also, for the Futureverse people, what the hell is Gizmo the Junker? What we have this and the Rugrat dude that have just like not had any purpose whatsoever. I don't know if somebody came up with that idea or what. Okay, nah, this is criminal. The Royal Pheasants Golf Club. Nah, guys, listen. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you want to be a pheasant with me on the timeline? Nah, it's criminal. Like, what? Misfits we talked about that earlier. We can absolutely bring it up again. What was that one that got canceled for the black eye and the mouth tape? That is the one. Yo, Ray Stinger. Yo, haven't seen you since 22. Budsky, what are we doing, buddy? Yo, that's going to be a red, buddy. True. We're getting to the point where it's going to be a trouble. Nah, we're getting to a point where it's going to be a trouble. Because this is where stuff started falling off. Oh, yeah, there's the Rugrat we talked about earlier. We went over Blue. That was criminal. True. Sephora Verse. Similar to Walmart, when I'm saying we got some big players potentially coming into the space. Very few followers. Very, 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 very few. But Sephora at one point was looking at jumping into the space. That's all you need to know. True. If you guys have been watching for this entire stream so far, we're approaching the 3-hour mark. Thank you so much. Again, if you're watching on X, YouTube, elsewhere, if you've got anybody that's interested in the space whatsoever, we're not trying to be overtly shilly for anything. We're just trying to go over the news, have some fun, have a little bit of education, vibing out, all the goodies. Very much appreciated. Any likes as well. Whatever platform, you know, send it off to a friend. You know, it's all about effort. You know, you can just do things. Saw that on the timeline today. You know, you can just do things. Listen. Please, I'm sorry. I didn't say please. Apologies. That's criminal. I gotta work on my mannerisms here. Okay, yeah, there's nothing on this page. I'm gonna crash out. Okay, so yeah, we're back at the point where there's like basically nothing for the last little bit. So if there's collections you want us to go together, go and look at together, let me know. Happy to type them in and try to go down a rabbit hole. No pun intended. True. Top Shot Daily. That's the show with Keith. That was unbelievable. Two pages left. Ooh, you know, maybe we can. No. Schiller Paints, look at highest sale. Oh my goodness, you want me to bring up Schiller Paints? Holy smokers. No, no, that's criminal, buddy. So we did paints back in the day where you could redeem points on the stream and I would whip together paints. Some are good. Some are a little... I mean, there's the Distressed Pickle in space. We got a bourbon. We got Harry Swan. Yo, we got the Harry Swan. Holy sugar. That's crazy. Yo, we got him tall. He was going to buy a couple of tallies. That's crazy, buddy. Yo, Pitch Dark. I will never redeem his Schiller Paints again. Nah, that's a W. Oh, baby. Yo, we got this is for any of the league friends. This is the one that I did for Mr. Not Good. Yo, we got TrueCon, the Truth Convent. Yo, I need to move my head, or just like zoom in on these a little bit better. The Electric Vision. Yo, these were crazy. Holy smokes. Yo, Snazzy's in there. Risk Red. Yo, Freddy gonna dance. Yo, Freddy gonna dance. Yo, Hillside Homie. Look at that. What a partier. Yo, No More Gamer. What's good, baby? Sheesh, what a what a trip. Okay, so if I look and see accounts you follow, inactive, I guess we can sort by a whole bunch of things. So I guess I don't know why the hell I'm hiding this. So when I do this, I turned off the not posted in 6 months. And then we can change it by relevance, influence, follower count, following. They create a number of posts. So I guess the most relevant account that I follow is Bitcoin Magazine. Here's your clip of the day. I need to move myself over more, or move myself on the other side of the screen. You tell me if my face is in the way for this stuff. We can listen. Nice. That's what we want. That's a good view right there. Yo, and the blocks has arrived. Bruh, I see all of your posts all day, every day. I It's great. It's great. I love that you're following a whole bunch of stuff. Listen, the good vibe stuff. So you might remember a collection called Star Catchers. I made reference that I think if we were going to compare two collections that had sort of the same trajectory, obviously Star Catchers is not in a good spot, but I would say that Star Catchers and Good Vibes Club are probably the two closest in terms of leading up to the mint, Team Super Active. Amongst all the other stuff that's happening in the space, they were able to get like a very large chunk of people that were interested. And then it just absolutely exploded. Like, we're talking 9,000 ETH total volume. Like, there was problems with the team, and people kind of had falling out. But I'd say those two were the closest. That's my hot take of the day. Hope it's a good one. Chum Chums. Oh, Chum Chums. That's a good one. I closed OpenSea again. I'm going to absolutely lose my marbles. My goodness. Okay, what? So, excuse me. Back to the point where I was trying to get into a clip of the day. So Bitcoin Magazine has a higher impact and reach than Adidas Original, the Chicago Bulls, Discord, and League of Legends. Because this is currently set by relevance. Okay? And you look at it, these other ones have more followers than Bitcoin Magazine. We're in a bull market. That's your sign. Nice. Post Malone to us. I mean, there's gonna be no NFT collections in there. Are you joking me? What are we even supporting that for? A follower count? No, because that would be that. Halloween? No, that'd be too difficult because there's too many. What do we set this as to try to find out like collections here? It's higher than it's higher than Pokemon. Nah, that's absolutely nuts. Okay, if we change it to influence, is that actually what that's supposed to be? Because relevant. That's your argument of the day. Relevance versus influence. What's the difference? Because then when it's changed from influence, it goes Elon Musk, Justin Bieber, DT, TS, CNN, FC Barca. Wow. Influence is for everybody? Influence is for you. I mean, I don't look at any posts from CNN. I don't look at any posts from Justin Bieber. Bloomberg I actually look at. No, I don't know if that's for me, unless you're referring to something else. Relevance is how relevant something is, and influence is how much of an influence someone has when they tweet. Oh, okay. So, I mean, that's cool that, like, relevant in terms of, like, current topic. Bitcoin Magazine. Nice. Okay, so let's just kind of jump through, and we're going to go to, like, I don't know, page 55. True. What do we got in here? All right. I feel a lot of this is just going to run into people versus collections. That's the only thing that might kind of suck about this. And I can't do the same unfollowing thing because these people are all active, and you gotta look for when people are active. But I definitely need to start unfollowing stuff. Buzz Bear hideouts. Jeez, what the hell? Impermanent digital. That was kind of stupid. They just did like a variation of CryptoPunks. Sorry, I shouldn't say it's stupid. It's artistic, right? And there's so many people, and again, like even the names here. Do I just unfollow the people? Oh, G Fuel NFT. No. I wish I didn't unfollow that. Okay, so apparently there was a G Fuel NFT. So when we're talking about big brands, add that one to the list. I know nobody's keeping track, but add it to the list. Panda Golf Squad. Jabaforms. Wow. That's a retro one. That was another really wonky. Homo sapiens, okay. No, that's not. Last expedition we looked at earlier, that is the game, was on Gala. Not really done anything. See, this is where things get so hard because now we don't have like the filter for the NFT collections. And I'm going to sound like I'm just complaining here until we get to one that's good. Also, if you guys have any ones you want me to bring up, you remember from back in the day, I can just type in OpenSea. Happy to do that. As we also, what was the collection? That was something about ducks. Sup ducks. We'll look at that one quick. So Sup ducks. It's kind of a fire logo, kind of a fire everything, to be totally honest. It's like sort of edgy, but like high quality. I think high quality. Frankie, the artist, is kind of neat. These were going for absolute tons of money at a point too. One of them went for 50 ETH. 50, 42. How many of those are like real sales? We can argue there was a literal chicken in one. 50 ETH, bye-bye. True. True, true, true. The various bubblegums, etc., etc., etc. One second, I gotta go check on the bird. There's so many names that I just don't know. Oh, we can talk about this quickly. So this is Nicholas Lejeune. If you check out in the description down below, the RWA Seconds podcast, we know I talk about it a whole bunch, but talking with some really interesting people within the space. And Nicholas Lejeune was one of the ones that we had on, I don't know, maybe like 30, 40 episodes ago. And he's the guy behind Courtyard. And so Courtyard is a platform where you can buy and sell trading cards. And the origin story with this is he was at dinner with a friend and said, we need to buy like a lot of Pokemon cards. And his friend was like, sure, I'll give you $500,000. So they went to every auction and just bought slabs of Pokemon cards. And then they ended up having like super exciting amounts of success where it's expanded much, much more now. But it all started with $500,000 worth of Pokemon cards. Which my argument, too, for those Pokemon lovers out there, you see the prices of Pokemon and they're elevated, right? True. But what sort of an impact is the RWA, real world asset, items, when they come on chain, what ends up happening? Well, if there's more demand for them, they're going to have to get them. So where do they get the supply from? Whatever the hell is the sale on the market. What do you normally have? Just people from everyday life that want to get them. But now we're having almost the entirety of Web3 that are working towards tokenizing these assets. And Pokemon seems like it's already a surefire one. People, what have been the single most described thought on Web3? Pokemon comes into the Web3 space. We're going to moon. It's great. Everybody's going to go all in. Imagine if Pokemon was on chain. It's already on chain. It's already on chain. And I think a huge amount of the Pokemon market has such a high bid because we're seeing some big players scooping. Just friggin' scooping. Vogu were bangers. Vogu were bangers. I have a photo with Andrew. Andrew's his name. Creator of it. Shout out Q-Dog. Q-Dog's absolute beauty. I couldn't mint that guy. That guy was in the gas war. I was furious I didn't get one. And then he like sold it to me at like cost or whatever. W Q-Dog. W. But so this was a collection, if you want to imagine back in the day. Imagine these weren't revealed, and you had the optionality to mint one. Would you say, yeah, sure, that looks kind of all right? Oh, yeah. There was a chance of getting a 1 of 1. So remember Voxadeus that we went over on the other stream that wasn't today? And they had those, like, sort of, I don't know, futuristic avatars? Banger. Could have gotten a 1 of 1. Do you know S Wolfchan that was talked about earlier? One of the artists that is still active. If you're on Instagram, type in S Wolfchan. Tell him that Schiller sent you. I think he's popped by the stream like this year at one point. Like, he's still around, but he's doing art for Pokemon cards and stuff over on Instagram. If you wanted to keep up with him, Felix Schlater, guy behind Roscoe and Friends, had one of the 1-of-1s. Absolute friggin' beauty. And a couple of other ones. Robbie Trevino. Robbie Trevino. Not bad. Not bad. Big artist. Bigger NFT. True. What a time. Any other ones? You got the puffer jacket. Oh, well, I mean, for the Vogu, I guess we didn't even look at that, right? We wanted like some of the 1-of-1s. But very interesting collection. They had Sun Simulator. I don't know if that was that right. Sensor, Rabbit Core. Torso. There was a few. Apex Trinity Gas. There was a few that had like abodes to certain collections. Like if we go to like highest last sale, will probably be one of them. It was like you were holding certain stuff in your hand, like the coffee cap, the smoke, the card, a radio, a boba tea. Not bad. Double fisting on the drink side of things, true. But I'm not seeing any of these Zetrun ones. I thought they were the most expensive. But anyway, they look cool. The Zed horse, I remember. Hell yeah. I just don't remember. Oh, hands. Oh, maybe that was it. Ponies. Oh. Ah. Yo, pitch. Oh. IRL. Hell yeah, brother. Good call. So this was like the abode to Zen run of, hey, we're the Vogu, but here's a trait where we're watching a Zen run in our futuristic cell phone device. True. Very cool. Very cool. Y'all balling Terps. Oh, where the hell is Terps at? Nah, it's crazy. Yeah, both were super, super expensive. The Matthew A. There's Tybo. We're looking for the goods. There's going to be more goods to go over. For sure there is. Husky NFTs. Mart, I guess this account's still active. I thought that was an account. I thought that was like an NFT of a bunch of huskies. I am wrong. Oh, this is a good one. So on the podcast that we've been talking about, I've interviewed Mr. Rolodolo. He's the head of Web3 at Rolling Loud. Yes, the music festival that you can sign up for 2025 at their account. I don't know. It's kind of a shitty bio. L for whoever's the social media manager. But these guys are in Web3. He like flat out tells me we sold all of our NFTs in ETH, and it's VIP access to any Rolling Loud concert anywhere, every year. The Loud Punks. Real thing, true. Real thing, true. And they're still active. Retweeted something a few hours ago. One of the really cool activations that's actually been a thing. Lifetime VIP worldwide. And then you think, okay, is this going to be a membership? What is this going to be? And it is the Rolling Loud representatives, Loud Punks. I don't know. I think he calls it Loud Punks. I want to say like Punx for some reason, but I guess saying that out loud sounds kind of stupid. True. But very, very cool that we have such a big brand within the space that is doing something cool. It's out there. It's not the talk of the town, right? Like, it's not, oh my God, this collection is at this and that price. This is a collection with like real utility for something that people worldwide would be interested in, and some of them might not even know that exists. You ever have any gauntlets? No, I don't think I had any gauntlets. I went to one shootout, BSB. I want to shout out BSB for letting me know I borrowed the Loud Punk. Yo, did he? Yo, hell yeah. That's good. That's good. It's good content. True. F cash grabs. That was there was Josh Hart's free mint. Back when he was talking about NBA Top Shot and whatnot on the timeline. Think of the people that are yappers on the timeline from professional sports and elsewhere. Nah, they're going to get like hell addicted to this stuff. There's going to be too much going on. Everybody going to be a... Shaq gives back. That's another one. Thoughts? So again, this was something that I think was going to like his foundation of some sort for buying these. They did 431 ETH volume. Shaq gives back. Floyd Mayweather NFTs, that's a good one. So there is a full story with this beyond. So back in the day, the artist behind Floyd's World was one of Bulls on the Block. So pause for a second. I want you to look at this. These are the Bulls on the Block NFTs. These are the Floyd Mayweather NFTs. Criminal. So it comes out that this guy's going to be on a Spaces, right? Very excited. Very excited. We have Floyd Mayweather that's going to be talking to the Web3 audience. That's what we love. I'm on this call with the artist that's of Bulls of the Block that's doing Floyd Mayweather, right? So I'm talking to the artist that's just trying to kill time because they don't know where Floyd is. And there's some absolute donkey that's on this stage going on and on and on about how man, celebrities, they rug stuff all the time. They don't know what they're doing in the Web3 space. But Floyd is doing it right. This just brick keeps going on and on about this. And I'm like, you're like telling us that Floyd's like the real deal. Well, he's already an hour plus late. Just amongst other random chatter, where like I'm up there like ready to ask questions or whatever. Like, this is kind of cool. But it's also like, what the hell's going on? And that. Okay. So I need you to remind me because I'm going to forget. Try to bring up the video from Matt regarding Floyd. Don't let me forget that. Like, I'm going to make another point here. Don't let me forget that because I need to go grab that and we'll do full circle. Because there's more to the Floyd story where you can actually see what he is. So, but it's on Matt's video. Don't let me forget. In like 60 seconds. Okay. So Bulls on the Block, randomly one day, is just the most dramatic talk of the town. I don't even know what the hell's going on. Something's happening with the artist. Something so significant that they are doing a live stream to explain the situation. I think there was a little bit of like the floor falling with this. All this just out of absolute nowhere. I don't think the YouTube video exists anymore. If it did, history. The camera opens up. It's Rui Duarte, the artist of Bulls on the Block. What do you think? What do you think Rui Duarte says that's needed to get on and explain to the community of the situation that's at hand? What do you think so important? What do you think? Why is this such a big deal? Think about that before we go through the story. What's like a rational take? Okay, the collection shutting down. Okay. But no, it's more personal than that. You get the vibe that it's more personal. They didn't pay him? Okay, that's a good W guess. That's a good guess. I like that. Curtain opens up. It's Rui Duarte. I have lied. I'm two people. You might have thought that you're talking to Rui Duarte, but you're not talking to Rui Duarte. I've been using this account with another person that's my manager. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Who the hell cares if you're two people? You're part of a team, like you're the friggin' artist. Like, what the hell's the matter? And I think there was just like some falling out between them, and he didn't know if he could continue like doing the art for the pro. It was just the weirdest bunch of happenings around the artist of Bulls on the Block. That is also the one behind Floyd Mayweather. Now the question for you is, do you remember what I asked you before we went into that rant? Do you remember? Hopefully you remember. You do not remember. I said, bring up the Matt video. It's criminal. Okay, so here's Matt Bartlett. He's got a video that's about celebrity NFTs. And it's got your boy, Floyd Mayweather, in it.
Remember when every celebrity had their own NFT drop? Well, let's look back to some of the more wild ones. Paris Hilton launched My Forever Fairy Tale. Not mine, actually. But it was romance themed, with over 25,000 NFTs sold at around $11 each.
Hey everyone, this is my Polygon piece. Such a beautiful piece, it means so much to me. So I decided to...
Just... I realize, listen, I can't let you just watch this without being prepared what she's about to say, okay? And you know everything that you know about the blockchain and everything else, okay? Just... really listen to what she says here because this is the funniest shit ever. Just the presentation.
Romance themed, with over 25,000 NFTs sold at around $11 each.
Hey everyone, this is my Polygon piece. Such a beautiful piece, it means so much to me. So I decided to put it on the blockchain.
Snoop Dogg dropped 10,000 Sandbox avatars called Doggies. Each went for 150 sand, about $450 at launch.
Just me with my pajamas on.
Since then, Snoop has made appearances at VCon and ApeFest. I'm not sure what he's done lately, but there was a time where he had his paws into everything. Former NBA star Dwight Howard launched Ballers on Avalanche. These sold for 2 AVAX each, about $65. Here's a clip of him promoting it before exactly nothing happened with the collection.
Avalanche brothers and sisters, this is Dwight Howard, and I am super excited to be creating on this chain.
Logan Paul's Crypto Zoo minted 10.
Why are we excited to mint on the chain? It means so much to me. I wanted to mint it on the blockchain. What are we doing? What are we doing? Nobody talks like that ever.
10,000 NFTs at 0.1 ETH, almost $400 each. It's now a cautionary tale in Web3 history. It's also maybe how he was able to afford that $5 million Pikachu Illustrator card that he wore around his neck. Shaq's Shaq Gives Back sold for 0.05 ETH, almost $200. All the proceeds from the mint and royalties went to the Shaq Foundation. I have no idea what they do there, but I imagine it's to help others. Shaq's a good guy. Floyd launched Floyd's World at 0.15 ETH, but in the ring of NFTs, it didn't go the distance.
Mr. I don't lose at nothing is back. And if you in the NFT world and you betting on me, you will never lose.
So what celebrity NFTs do you
No, that's crazy. If you're in NFTs, baby, you're never gonna.
Floyd's World at 0.15 ETH, but in the ring of NFTs, it didn't go the distance.
Mr. I don't lose at nothing is back. And if you in the NFT world and you betting on me, you will never lose.
So it's a post of Zach XBT saying, remember your last dead NFT project? This is a response to Floyd's tweet. It was 11,100 NFTs at 0.15 ETH each. I'm guessing the $5 million, which is 1,666 ETH, wasn't enough, or maybe your ongoing lawsuit for promoting crypto scams. Oh, jeez. That's crazy. Man, isn't it fun going down memory lane? Now you know the full story. So let me ask you, is this a historical NFT collection? And would it be as historical if you didn't have those things that were saved from back in the day to be able to relate? Because if you don't have the evidence, you don't have the authenticity, the authentication of stuff that's happened. Because again, all these accounts on X, right? Tweets are deleted, everything's gone. Does somebody have all of this stuff from back in the day? We have a couple of it. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Come on down anytime. Listen, that'd be a banger ad if we did that. No, but seriously, guys, if you're watching this, thank you so much for coming on through. Any like shares with a friend. Listen, if you got somebody, it's like, hey, listen, I got somebody when you're going to the gym, when you're going for a walk, when you're doing whatever the hell that you are doing. Quick in the morning, listen, you can do a 2x speed on her if you want, but love for you to send them the stream on whatever platform you think they use. We go over history. We go over all the kind of crazy stuff that's going on. It's absolutely criminal. But yeah, 0.15 for those, that's going to be a no for me. Now, they were supposed to have free merchandise, everything else, or ability to win free merchandise from Floyd Mayweather, which, again, some people could speculate saying, oh, that merch could be worth a lot, even if I was to try to flip it. We brought this up earlier, but I still think this is like an absolutely hilarious take of it's Screamin' Beaver. Like, that would be great, except for the fact that all of their actual breakdowns of traits just not very good. Not very good. Good idea, bad execution. So people are like, yo, what do you do? What do you do in your free time? Well, how are we doing? Yo, D-Persive. Holy smokes, I haven't seen D-Persive in forever. It was Top Shot days. Yo, can we do a roll call or like a roll check? Like, how many of you guys are still here hanging out for the whole time? We got Eric still in the building. We got Roar still in the building. I know Hoonsy's around. You know, Aries in and out there. You know what I mean? Pitch Dark's hanging about. What are we doing? How are we feeling? I don't know. Listen, I don't know if you call out Peckham or you just, you know, let the cookie crumble where it crumbles. Yo, the Pixel Vault story earlier was a banger. I need to clip that. It was fire. I'm trying to think if you were like actively searching for different NFT collections, what do you even like type in of these? Because I mean, follower count maybe, but you just get anybody that's like a notable person, or maybe you go like halfway through it, try to remove the elites of the situation. Maybe that's what we'll check, because a couple of these. I mean, maybe we just go and like look up collections and go off of that. That might be the best course of action. Let's do follower count and then we'll go like halfway through. Oh, okay. So this is in like the 4,000 follower range. So we would need to be, we want to go like fairly higher backwards. These ones are 30,000. Oh, okay, now we're cooking. Okay. We're back on track, baby. True. Yo, a little bit of silo off on the side. True. Yo, listen, respect where respect is due. True. Dude, I deleted the marbles thing on my account. I don't know. I'd have to like reset it up and figure it out. I'm going to be like totally truthful. Yeah, I know I suck. I was trying to move stuff and just clean out whatever on the computer, which is interesting. So we can talk about this one quickly. I interviewed them on the podcast as well, but they're trying to do a trading card game right now, which is very interesting. And within their particular episode, I asked them the question of, for Epic Games, you know, a bunch of these games are getting on there, how hard is it actually to get on it? Because he got this game on Epic Games. He was like, to be honest, as long as you have whatever for like the paperwork and whatnot, or even, it's not that hard. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Because it's looked at as such a huge thing, and not to discredit it by any means, but if it's something that, well, you know, it's not necessarily that hard to get, changes stuff up just a little bit. So Crypto Slam's a great site if you've never used it before. Backed by Mark Cuban, Reid Hoffman, Yatsiu, Animoca Brands, and OKX. This was the site that we used probably the most back in NBA Top Shot days. And there was only a couple chains and a couple NFTs that were available. You can see a Top Shot one over on the side there. $4,999. It's criminal. But you can see what the sales on NFTs are across different blockchains. So Ethereum's clearly leading the way and why so many people are on that. But if you were to go out and try to find BNB NFTs, probably have to find content creators and stuff around that. Polygon, Panini, Mythos, Solana. Again, Solana on the NFT sales-wise. Now, the one problem, I will give like a little bit of a caveat. People have said that this site has missed certain stats or doesn't highlight everything. Well, I mean, okay, sure. Take everything with a grain of salt. But NFT sales volume, you got 8 people that bought a CryptoPunk. Imagine if 8 people in the entire world bought a CryptoPunk every day. What would that do? Or what if 53 people bought a Moonbird every day? Because that's just happened in the last 24 hours. Now, the problem is you got people that are just absolutely dumping when they can, too. But also shows NFT sales volume in general. 25 million. Holy smokes. There's 42,000 NFT buys yesterday. Criminal. What's Mythos? The Mythos chain is a Polkadot parachain based on the Mythos token, optimized for in-game assets to power the Mythical Games ecosystem. All the games built on Mythical platform have NFT assets with utility in-game that originate and live on the Mythos chain. So that would be what's the NFL game for it? Why am I forgetting? And they just opened it up. They had FIFA Rivals? I don't know why I forget what the NFL one is. But the NFL one, I think, did like 1 million in sales or something, like the first year that it came out. Whatever it be. But you're going to see, right? Like, this is a clip for NFL Rivals. Yeah, thank you. I'm the fish. Fish on the hook. Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. But you're going to see massive shakeups here. And Panini, they made an announcement the other day highlighting that they are going to let their NFTs be traded on EVM platforms. So what's happening on some chains right now, they're secluded, they're only available on their chain. People are like, oh, if you shut down, what are we going to do? We want to have it more available. We want to have it ownership. And people that are in Web3, they're fighting for that, right? Like they're saying, we want what we want. And we're not going to take no as an answer. True. Somnium space. Oh, buddy. I thought this was... Hold on a momentaro. I thought this was like a Web3 project, but now it's saying it's VR. I don't know if they pivoted from what they were doing originally, because Somnium Space makes me think of like a metaverse experience I had at a point. Do you guys know The Watch? The Watch is on the wall. I've been listening to the first Game of Thrones book. The audiobook. It's fire. There's a lot of stuff you don't know. So this game is still active. I didn't know. I haven't really followed it, to be totally honest with you. But this was backed by a really big game company. I don't remember who. But it sort of looks like a StarCraft. Type game. But it's on Steam. It's not on Epic Game Store. I'm pretty sure they had a whole bunch of stuff that was relating to NFTs. Like parts. Yeah, 32,000. Yeah, look at this. So they had a whole bunch of different stuff, but it's not really selling for anything. The auto battler. Are you talking about is the watch the auto battler you're referring to, or are you just referencing a different auto battler? Because it was the one from Pixel Vault too. So yeah, 13,000 total volume for ETH. Again, this was like a mainstream NFT of sorts. I mean, if we go to activity, like, are they still selling 3 days ago? Yeah, okay, some higher stuff. Yeah, I haven't looked into it. Like, I don't want to say anything that I'm like not educated on in a way. Damn it, I probably shouldn't have closed that. Yeah, son of a bitch. No, they had the one video where the head and the Star Atlas were debating. Oh, Illuvium. Yeah, Illuvium's around. I think they had an exploit, or maybe it wasn't an exploit, but they had to like cut 50% of their team. It was like a PR disaster for a day. But now it's like they're cooking. They're still doing a whole bunch of stuff. I think Solana as an ecosystem is heating up as well. This is interesting to watch. True. Does Walker World have their video pinned? If they do, that's great. They don't. It's going to be a red, buddy. The Walker World trailer from back in the day. I don't know if it still exists anywhere, but it is easily... Yeah, easily. The best trailer I've seen in Web3. I'm going to see if I can just find it. Walker World trailer. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Okay, so you're hanging back in whatever the hell year it was, 22, 21. Having a good time, hanging with the buds. You come across, potentially, an interesting metaverse play of sorts. Do you mint or do you not mint? That was pretty fine. That was absolutely cinematic. Holy sugar. But unfortunately, they had to like stop operations, or half the team's working on it, or there's some people that are still involved. We'll see if they end up making a comeback, but look, so good. You thought that was awful pitch? What are you talking about? Okay. They had some random bunnies in there. Nah, that's rabbitist. That's crazy. Unbelievable. Bugatti Group at one point did try to do some stuff with luggage and whatnot on chain. The hash mask, this one's like a big historical collection. You've probably seen a bajillion of them. I owned one at one point. Ooh, talk about alpha. You know, I'm just saying. Imagine. It's like the Gary V. Goo. If you know what that is, Dad, you spend way too much time in Web3. True. But this was an early collection, one of the earliest out there. They've gotten a huge run up in price the past little bit. But again, just avatars in a way, but like different in the unique style of the hash mask. Brando. Trui. So if you didn't know, Olseen Seneca, this is like the main artist behind Bored Ape Yacht Club. Oh, she's done a whole bunch of very interesting things. But yeah, probably the most notable name of like directly creating the style of the apes, which is really cool to see how massive everything became. Okay, we're gonna go down in story time. I wasn't sure if I was gonna say it, but we'll go down it. So Animetas, this is another drama-filled one. Those are featured on OpenSea right now. Hell yeah. So Animetas, if you're in the Featureverse ecosystem, you might have seen that Arcadia a couple months back said that they were partnering with Animetas. I have no idea if that partnership's there, still going on or whatever, because I haven't seen this account post in forever. But back in the day, they wanted to get people into their collection. And it was sort of stupid where if you were a holder, they gave you the password, but they just said it in the chat. But there was like, you could just tell anybody, right? Like there wasn't really a security plan. So back in the day, you're hanging out with the boys. And you're like, guys, don't worry about this. I'm going to put in the effort. I'll get us the code. And so the code drops. I sling it in the Discord. Their mint that's out of, I don't know, 1,000, 3,000, whatever it is, like just instantly sells out. Their Discord is an absolute scene. Oh my God, it was crazy. And then the person, the founder of the collection, or no, it was a mod, excuse me, ats everyone, and says it's my fault that the collection sold out. And I'm like, hey, is that guy in my Discord? Did he follow me from like the Top Shot streams or something? Like, how the hell did he know that I just did that? Or did somebody tell him? And clearly, like, I throw it in the Discord, and this is back when things were like just, yeah, bonkers, right? Like, how many people within the chat that I gave the passcode to can then immediately go and be like, oh, hey, here you go to their buddy, right? And so when I saw that, I was like, yo, I remember this collection. I brought it up, and like the founder was like, oh, that was my mod, and they don't speak for the collection or whatever. And I was like, all right, buddy. Imagine you muck up the mint, and then you add everyone and start bombing the shiller. Ah, it's criminal. Wicked Craniums. Are you interested in a little bit of rock and roll? You told them? Nah, bitch, that's a red, bud. That's a red, buddy. So this is a collection. They've gone into concert tickets. They've gone into a whole bunch of stuff. I minted one of these. And like the lead of Avenged Sevenfold bought it. And then they posted on Instagram that they were giving it away. It was the strangest. Do we go back and try to find it? Wicked Craniums. Actually, give me uno momento. I have an idea of how I'm going to find this potentially a little bit easier. There's way too many collections. Holy smokes. Okay, are you ready for story time? Are you ready for story time? Triple, double, triple, double, banger, banger, banger. So here's the history. So way back when, you can see this one right here. I bought it for, wow. Why would I ever spend that? Oh my God. Don't ever do what I did. Anyway, point being, sugar. Point being is I buy this because I'm like, this collection is gonna pop. It's kind of a vibe. It's got, you know, like the rare skin to it. Like, this is money. Absolute money. And then Buddy buys it for me. Whoever Shadow77 is, they have a CryptoPunk. Oh my God, the lead singer of Avenged Sevenfold is a CryptoPunk. Holy smokes. And I'm literally looking at this and seeing it on Instagram. I'm like, I just sold that. It was like the same day that it was posted. It was crazy work. Crazy work. Dapper Dinos. Okay, are you dapper or are you a dino? Because you might be a dapper dino. Dapper Dinos, why did they get famous? Why did they get known? Maybe they're not famous. Maybe you have no idea what the hell it is. Let me tell you a little bit of story. So Gary Vaynerchuk, in the early days of NFTs, decided at one point that he was going to try to create a launch pad of sorts where people that were creating something within the Web3 space would go through his program. He would help fund them. Obviously, you know, a little bit of a Dragon's Den side pocket. True. But Dapper Dinos was one of those collections, along with Grill's Gang. We'll bring up Grill's Gang so you guys can have a full idea. Now, there's more collections than just this. But so imagine, back in the day, these are two collections that are brought up through the Gary Vaynerchuk, what do we call it? Ranks farm system. But 1,555 ETH on Grill's Gang and the Dino Dappers. 4,742. How do you compare and contrast? What do you kind of vibe with? Do you like the Dapper Dino, or do you like what the Grills gang looked like? So that's where Dapper Dinos come from, and I guess they worked on like Dapper Dash, but the concept originally and when this all started is it's now all professional, but it was like a bunch of dads that want to do something cool in Web3. It was like their original description. So we went over the Loud Punex earlier. Neopets, another big brand that tried to do something within the Web3 space, trying to look authentic and all good. A modernized 3D remake of the classic Neopets game backed by Polygon, Avalanche, and more. So again, they have the kind of their goodbye messages, but they shut down or paused for now. There's the bulls on the block that we went through earlier. My F'n Pickle, we went through that earlier. If you're somebody that's watched the stream frequently, you know that I've made references to the Lonely Alien Space Club and a big bet that CryptoPunk holder made at one point when they said, I'm going to sell my CryptoPunk and we're going to buy like 100 Lonely Space Aliens. This is that collection. How do you think of that? Would you rep that as your avatar on social media? The Lonely Space Alien Club. Somebody was convicted. This is the next CryptoPunk, they said. And they went for it. Respectable. Respect. Yo, Bill Noble. Big time W. Bill Noble. So let's talk about Open right quick. So you guys know that I've been yapping and just absolutely yapping about Silo and everything. But this is a big experience that's coming. We've seen kind of worlds that look like there's Disney worlds that are coming to Epic Games. Like a multi-dimensional futuristic meta. I don't know. There's all this kind of crazy ass stuff. But Open, that's going to be kind of the Ready Player One first-person shooter, is going to be one of the experiences that's opening up, and it looks like a lot more is coming. So we'll cover it when it pops up. But realize, again, in terms of big brands and everything, the excitement is palpable. There's so much going on every single day. Positive announcements on every corner. It's crazy. Is this still in existence? June 4th, yes. So at one point, yachts were like really big, where people wanted to buy emojis as like links. The new age. Emoji usernames have become your universal internet identity, website URL, and payment address. Yo, you think it's safe, Unzi? Okay, we got Rare back. Okay, what are we doing here, bud? There we go. So, I remember these coming out. I was never like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go and mint it. but there was a huge community that spurned from it. Or at least people that were repping it. Was it not? Hoons, am I missing a part of this? I don't really remember, to be totally honest. I don't think I paid any attention to it. The Disney Pinnacle, we've highlighted this a lot. If you're coming from the Shorts channel on YouTube, we highlighted a couple of the big sales the other day. But Walt Disney, Star Wars, it's part of Walt Disney. They did recent Pixar ones. Think of any sort of. Hell yeah, buddy. Harry Swan, see y'all owns. You got beta, buddy. Oh, buddy. I realize it's mobile only. You want to have a little bit of Lion King? Nah. It's a crazy good movie. Imagine Pins. This is crazy. It's web-based too. Is it? Nah. When I click on it, it says that I have to download the app. Remember Bug's Life? That was a good movie. Nah, Harry, you're lying. Nah, Harry, you're lying. You got to show me later, bud. Yeah, you got to show me later. But one of the big players in the space right now. And more shall arrive. Ants is greater than Bug's Life? Debatable. See, I'd have to watch it again. What do we got here, Harry? Manga? Oh my lord. Is this guy a whale? Okay, so imagine this for a second. You own this collection, okay? I know that it says Manga Larga, but I want you to insert your name. Think of whether it be your gamer tag, whether it be your actual name. You get a pick about it. You open the webpage, boom. This is you. You got a Snow White pin. Generso. What a... Rogue One Star Wars. What a good movie. You got multiple open event edition Goofies. Minnie Mouse and Company, Daisy Duck, a couple of Pixars. You have P. Sherman's goggles from P. Sherman Wallaby Way, Sydney, of the famous movie Finding Nemo. The official digital pin. And then you get a look and you get to hit the button saying load more because you were absolutely loaded on this platform called Disney Pinnacle that people are frothing at the mouth for. And you own Mater, Lightning frickin' McQueen from Cars, the Disney classic, R2-D2, various spots from Dalmatians, Spots and Snuggles, Safe Spot. What the hell does that mean? You need to see to believe. And you scroll further, you have Luke from Star Wars, you have the Wookiee from Star Wars, and you have a bright blue button saying load more because you are absolutely loaded on this platform called Disney Pinnacle. And then you see Mufasa, Pumbaa, Timon. Oh my goodness. And then Zazu. And there it is. The big blue button. Absolute whale status. And then you have Heimlich. Hoonsy, you can't tell me you look at Heimlich and say that's not absolutely the best fictional character that's existed on the planet. True. You got Rafiki, and you got, listen, Mango Larga is just an absolute whale. Wow. Nice. So there's a look about Disney Pinnacle. Trying to give you a little bit of FOMO. I don't own any. But to give you the kind of essence of what does it look like for community, what does it look like for people that are passionate about collecting something in specific, it's crazy. Yo, 4 hours? Holy smokes, we've been talking forever. Yo, so I'm going to ask again. I asked earlier, do you guys prefer the later streams? And again, normally we do 20, 30-minute bangers talking about the NFT space. I don't know if we could be producing this every single day. This would have to accompany research. This would have to accompany a lot more, but maybe we bring back the longer streams if we're feeling it. We used to stream NBA Top Shot for hours every single day. What did we do? Just look at digital basketball plays and have a dream. It was great. Yo, JRD, do you think in the future, as the world becomes more digitized, these OGs NFTs will raise in value? I mean, the big question with this is like, yeah, some are, but it's like anything. It's like, which ones are going to, sort of deal. And that's where people are coming up with different theses, and you'll see people that are pushing certain collections for X, Y, and Z reason. Yeah, we got blocks down here. You always see them. True. Da Vinci Threads had some of the best threads ever. Does he have any more of them? I did an interview with them. Do I try to bring up that interview? Oh, yo, could we do that? Oh, that'd be fire, wouldn't it? True. Da Vinci. Only problem is I don't know what. I guess I'd move my webcam to the other side if we were watching it.
There's been all this.
Oh, baby. This is going to be crazy. Okay. Hell yeah. I move this here. How do I want to do this? So we're not going to watch all of this. This is my interview with Da Vinci. And this is like, when we're talking about like historical people that like know their shit, that was on the timeline, that was like informing people in like in-depth threads with massive research. This was the guy. It's great.
Conversation that started from this. I was just hacked. Stay tuned for details. Please avoid buying any squiggles until we get them flagged at just lot 25 plus and a few other NFTs.
Okay. So to recap the morning, this is what I'm talking about, where you can just document stuff and suddenly your history. So Kevin Rose, if you weren't around, Kevin Rose was the founder of Moonbirds before Yuga took over, before OCAP Games and Spencer took over. And Proof had multiple different things where they were supposed to be coming out with like a social app that was, I forget what it was called, not birdhouses, but something up tall. The Proof passed, they announced that things were going downhill, or they were stopping doing like some of the events for it. There was a lot of situations. Right? And so this morning, all of a sudden, Kevin Rose gets hacked, and Kevin Rose is like, we're talking like top whales, right? Gets drained 25 squiggles. 25 squiggles. Have you looked at the squiggles? I mean, right now, 26,000 a pop. 26,000. Holy sugar. When in the halibut did Chromium Squiggles get up there? Well, I mean, if you look at the history, these are at one point were like 10 ETH, like average floor. So crazy work. But this is a collection that's done 78,000 Ethereum in volume. Massive. Historical for the generative scene, right? You've seen squiggles before. 25 of them just got hacked and a whole bunch of other stuff. Oh my God, we're panicking on the timeline.
Autoglyph. Da Vinci, do you think that you would call this more of a scam versus a hack?
So what I'm waiting on is a breakdown from him. He definitely clicked a malicious link, right? But it could have been a spear phishing scam, which is more of a targeted campaign against his profile, right? So maybe they call him up pretending to be Apple or of some sort, or they send him a target or personalized email, or they've socially engineered things with him over Twitter for 3, 4, 5 months to give him that confidence to click that link to obtain a certain NFT. There is some backstory that we need to this, but speaking plainly, it is a scam. We just don't know the level.
It's rough.
Yeah, we just don't know the level.
Another level.
I
don't know if I have anything, because there was different collections where he went on some pretty in-depth stuff. Those were the oddities. I don't know. I wish I chaptered this. I didn't chapter this. This was back when Dookie Dash was going on. Holy moly. Anyway, just throwing this out there if you wanted to go back and listen. We won't go like too much more down there. But documenting Web3 history and Da Vinci, LameloVerse, type that in. You'll find it. Absolute gem of an episode. And that guy is super stupid smart. Maybe I'll try to reach out and have him come back on the timeline at some point. So at Crocolypse, this was another collection. Oh, sorry, Hunzi, you got a... My bad. Top Shot Daily. Yo, this is with Keith.
Greetings and welcome to Top Shot Daily, your daily breakdown of the latest news and moments on the NFT phenomenon NBA Top Shot. The date is Wednesday, April 14th, 2021. Happy 38th birthday to the 7-foot big man from Georgia, the country, not the state, primarily known as a Denver Nugget, Nicholas Skitishvili. Also, happy birthday to NFT artists on the collective and one of the stars from Von Schiller's mega stream, Hun7R, aka Hunter. At the time of this recording, the total sales volume for the last 24 hours is 4,158,524 United States dollars. The market went down 27.2%. On Tuesday, there were 16,173 buyers, up 7,500, and there were 63,430 transactions. That's around 3,000 less. The top moments sold in the Top Shot marketplace for yesterday. It was a LeBron James Hollow Icon Series 2 sweep. In third, Serial 16 sold for $32,420. And in second, Serial 9 sold for $36,969. And in first, Serial 8 sold for $38,000. That is it for today's episode of Top Shot Daily. My name's Keith, aka Flabbercake, and until tomorrow, I'll see you in the marketplace. Have a terrific day.
W. Keith. Absolute W. Keith. Hoonsy, thank you so much for bringing that back up. What a day. And this is when we talk about, or I was on the Fluff World space the other day. They were asking about like community and like what matters to you and what do you think are things we can do. And I'm like, just have a time and a place, have somewhere where people can get together that are very passionate about something. If people that are interested in this specific part of the ecosystem, send people there. Have a small group. That group gets larger, the more people that are interested in that specific thing, because something magical can happen when you have people that are just friggin' passionate about the same thing. NBA Top Shot, oh, that gets me electric. True. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Acrocalypse. This is an odd story of an NFT way back in the day. It was an alligator, and it saw an opportunity. And then there was another one there. The other alligator said, we're going to do the paper launch. And then I said, I don't care. And then the alligators fought and decided that I don't remember what. And I think that they both launched the token paper. How was that? Not bad? Not bad. This is a collection that come out. It's just a collection of alligators. Not bad. And they wanted to launch a token called Paper. There was some other like DeFi project that wanted to do that too. They're like, we're going to get people confused. We can't do this. I think about it. Like each name right now, how valuable is it to be the top crypto with whatever name? Right? Like we look at these and say, okay, like some of these are, right, why would somebody else try to like take another name and then just like, okay, well, what else could kind of come into the space? What potentially could be turned into a token? And like the whole concept around Hyperliquid and those tickers that went for like $1 bajillion. It's like, oh, wonder how valuable these actually are. So Crocalypse is still doing stuff. Crocs will be rewarded. Degen. Oh no, they called it D. What? How do you go from paper to D? That's criminal. Now people are down to the one letter. It's nuts. But yeah, back to Da Vinci. Good stuff. Okay, let's try to see if there's anything else that's semi-interesting. Oh, I got one. Aliens. So there's certain collections that just pop up on the timeline that people say, all the influencers were talking about this. I think Aliens fills that gap pretty good. It's about to those bang, bang, bang. I think it's fire. I really think that it's pretty fire, like look and style and everything. I really, really do. Aliens deserve a comeback. They're still around. They haven't posted since 2024, except for Scaly Nelson saying back in July they should come back. But respect. Listen, they're still around. It's just art, right? Do it. Does Harry Swan like the art? If he likes the art, we're mooning, baby. Mooning. Oh, there's the Chum Chums. Who was bringing that up earlier? Collection of a couple of chums. What do you think? Not bad? Yeah, not bad. Remember Weird Whales? Was that it? There's no way that was it. Okay. Gio, I asked this earlier, and I don't think anybody said anything. Or maybe they did and I missed it. But Weird Whales. This was the kid that sold these, and then accompanied by his parent, was on these spaces, and the parent was like, we're putting all the money made from this into education. It's great. It's a great time. Highest last sale? 8 ETH. Aye. You meant to do for 0.025? Sold both for 0.5 a pop. Aries Swan's the GOAT trader. Get that guy onto a friggin' stream and get him teaching. This did almost 2,000 ETH. Obviously, nothing really came of it that I'm aware of, but historical for obvious reasons. Oh, I don't know if Hoonsy's still here, but if Hoonsy's still here, he brought up lizards earlier. Who remembers the crazy lizard army? Arg. Nah, they're not pirates. I don't know why Arg. That's weird. They're more like medieval-like. Anywho, they came out with a base collection that looked like these. They went for ungodly amounts of money. Why? I don't know if anybody could actually tell you, except for it was just the mania. They said they were going to do dragons. They're going to do dragons. Respectfully, I'm sold. But these are what they look like. 2,500 ETH in volume. Go to last sale. They had some of these ones that look crazy. Look at that. Just like I saw that, I was like, man, I'm FOMOing. I normally don't really care about people that are mimicking the teeth thing on the Bored Ape because it just doesn't look good. I'm FOMOing. And they also tried to do the Tom Brady number 12 jersey and other aspects. Why did I FOMO looking back at this when you're like, it's kind of okay, but also it's kind of not okay? Cack. That's the story of Crazy Lizard Army. I don't think they're doing anything anymore. Didn't know you're so against multicolored teeth trait. Listen, the problem is it doesn't flow with the majority of stuff. When people do it, it's just where's the point? Redeem to open a Pokemon pack? What? Am I messing something there, buddy? Oh, here we go. Who was asking about this? We brought it up earlier. But Misfit University was the only collection that I've seen that's gotten truly canceled besides Queenship. Queenship was a horror story. I'm pretty sure the YouTube video is up where I recorded the space of people outing them because it was they were like, oh yeah, we're a bunch of women, and then it was a bunch of Russian dudes. And they got outed, and then they were on the space, and there was this whole wild network. Man, 2021, you have no idea how crazy it was. And all because they put crying eyes and tape over mouth and just I don't know, sort of weird stuff that I don't know why people would want on something that's potentially representing themselves on a social media platform. It's a little strange, you know what I'm saying? Just a tiny bit El Strange, but Misfits you. What a time. So bet NFT run. January 24, May 8th. These guys are still going? Holy shit. So basically they were trying to do the Z-Run variation, but for Greyhounds. Because as we're in 2025 and everybody has huge niches of what they're interested in, some people might not watch horse racing, but some people might watch Greyhounds. Yeah, what's going on, Repoint? How we doing? So that's cool that still exists. I haven't, like, watched it at all. Angry Boars. This was a collection that, just like everything else, pick an animal, create something. I don't think they did anything that unique. Did, like, okay, you know? Chicken Derby. Chicken Derby. Yo, good, hell yeah. Chicken Derby. So a game on Polygon, similar to the racing side, you could get these chickens. And as they look in this image, that's basically how they look. You know what I mean? Like, within this race. So it was a very unique style. And it was really cool at the time. We haven't gotten anything else. Yo, check out my project. What are we cooking with? Is it on OpenSea? Is it on X? Where are we going? I missed the mint? Nah, that's red, bud. That's red. Oh, wait. I think this froze on me. Aw, man. We did follower count. Did anybody remember what page we were on? It was like 50 something. It's not even working right. I don't know. No, it was like 20. 24 maybe? It's Bill Noble. Bill Noble's a great follow, by the way. If you're also wanting to learn about security, boring SEC DAO, boring SEC DAO, whatever you want to say it, that is a place to go. Who was Horizon Labs? They were the ones that did the ApeCoin mint? Building your Web3 reality, experts in zero knowledge cryptography, builder of ZK, Verify, ZK, and ApeChain. So there was a story back in the day, and it could still be a thing now, but there was projects that were reaching out to get their token facilitated and or launched by Horizon Labs. And at a point, the hot narrative within like the public's point of view was buy anything that had backed by Animoca brands associated with it. It was just, for whatever reason, it was like a thing. You know, when you go through metas. So anything that was new, Animoca brands, like the grapes. We have a great video on YouTube about the grapes. Maybe we'll play the video about the grapes. Because all of these seem to have success, and behind the scenes, all the developers were trying to work with Horizon Labs. So that was kind of the differentiating aspect for it. These look so weird looking back. That is your ex. Gotcha. Okay, 1 sec. All right. We got Momo the giraffe, defender of the blockchain. Okay, you know, we're gonna have to red card right away. You're gonna have to red card right here because this is written by ChatGPT. A little hint. You see, whenever there's that elongated hyphen, I just gives it away because ChatGPT's obsessed with it. More than a coin to move. Listen, I like the sentiment. We gotta make it sound like it's not, you know, not from the air. From what we got here. The wait is over. Momo the giraffe is officially entered the blockchain jungle. Join the herd. Ride the wave. Claim your spot early. The market is yours. So it's a meme coin. Okay. Yo, what else? What else are we cooking here? What else are we cooking on here? I'm very curious. Like, what's the thing that's going to be hit? So, I'm going to play two videos. I'm going to play two videos for you, right? True. So, I'm going to show you when, at the time before, because this is kind of like it ends up horrible, by the way. But this is what it looked like in early days of what I thought was going to be a huge collection.
In today's exploration, we delve into the Grapes NFT project, an innovative venture at the intersection of digital collectibles and the expanding universe of Web3. Grape NFTs are at the core of a diverse gaming ecosystem. Titles currently out include Grape Juice, Grape Solitaire, and Grape.
So realize they had a ton of like games that you could download on multiple platforms. They were good, they worked, and like they were like genuinely like I was like, these are actually good.
Run, indicating a significant push into the mobile gaming space. Strategic partnerships with entities like Mekaverse and Animoca brands, even though it's kind of the same thing, position Grapes with a broader network. These collaborations suggest a strong emphasis on digital property and integration within the metaverse. The project is spearheaded by Ben Cusack and Dan Beasley, whose background...
And again, look at this. Space Invaders, Final Fantasy. Yo, where's Juice? Oh my God, the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy 14. We bring it up on stream and Juice isn't even here. That's going to be a red card, buddy. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Square friggin' Enix. They created Viker. They did Mr. Bean. Laura Croft? What?
Backgrounds in mobile gaming and digital content have been pivotal. Their influence is evident in the project's direction and its appeal to a broad audience. Grape NFTs offer a unique feature, automatic harvesting, where holders earn rewards over time. This approach to digital ownership could signify a shift in how NFTs provide ongoing value to holders.
Yeah, by the way, Repoint, if you're still here, if you can tell, this entire script is AI written. Like, I just slapped that in and was like, just make me a thing, and like, boom, that's what that is. So if you're listening for it, you can tell, and maybe some of you caught on of like the verbiage is like, that doesn't sound like Schiller's flow at all. Like, why is he phrasing shit like that? Well, that video was 100% that. So then we go back, right? And I have this thing, which shout out to Steph from the Featureverse community, made that thumbnail, absolute banger. But the Grapes exposed, okay? So this is them on a Spaces, okay? That is explaining what they're about to do. And remember, this ends horrifically.
Lots of different meetings. Right now, we're in intense talks. Exact details are going to be revealed over the coming weeks. But I think the interesting thing about Fortnite and Roblox, about how they both came around, is from investors who have invested in Viker over the last couple of years. Chris is a major investor in Web 2 and Web 3. He's built his own studios and sold them to the likes of PlayStation, Tencent, MTG, Voodoo. And Steve, our finance controller, up until mid last year, was actually the director of M&A at Epic. So we, the opportunity came to us through those those avenues. We're obviously under NDAs and various.
So just remember, as you're hearing this right now, imagine that you're somebody that owns one of these Grape NFTs and you're hearing that your founders have ins with Fortnite and Roblox. They have this entire slew of games that are already out. They have these backed investors and you're sitting there and you're like, oh, jeez.
Some of the different restraints. You know, we've worked with Google and Apple for years, and what we've always found is that you have to respect their protocols and their ways of working,
their guidelines,
rules, to ensure we get the best possible promotion and featuring when we launch. But I think to offer a little bit more context on Fortnite, I think everybody is probably aware of some of the brand collabs that they've done. You know, if you look at Air Jordan, Stranger Things, John Wick, what's happened in there has been skins. What Grapes is not doing is skins. We are building out something really quite special in there. Think of a battle royale meets a vertical obstacle course. It's going to be pretty crazy. It's a full experience. The revenue share that is generated from that, I think 40% comes back to the studio, which again just gives us more revenue channels and more ability.
Okay, so if you're not absolutely like, this is the greatest speech that I've ever heard in Web3, oh my God, I'm all in right now. Well, good thing you didn't. So this had about 11,000 ETH volume at a point. This was a very small collection out of 333. If we go and I'm not going to be able to see back in the day, but if we go to like highest last sale, there was people that were buying ones for, 3 ETH. Well, basically that's 4 ETH. What am I even saying? And like just very, very high amounts, right? And there was ones with crowns. There was a lot of just really cool ones as well. So people were going out there and purchasing ones with crowns, and it created a community. Now, the problem with this is that it just went to zero. Like it's like 200,000 market cap. Like it's over. So why is this the case, though? You might ask. What the hell? What's going on? They decided they were going to launch the coin on BNB chain. What a bunch of donkeys. So that randomly happened, and then they had a bridge, and I mean, I don't know. You had to pay like $40. You had to pay $40 on a chain that you didn't have any funds on to be able to like move it and use this bridge. There's no utility for it. Everybody was just like leaking out these things. The NFTs went from like an ETH each to 0.014. These were at an ETH. And now they're going for $70. But they said that we have Fortnite.
To share the revenue back with the holders. And what's really interesting for me is Roblox. Roblox is absolutely proven. There are multi-million-dollar studios who are built solely on the Roblox platform. They're building experiences for them. The game that we are developing for Roblox, we've done extensive research. We're going to go straight into the highest monetizing genre, which is simulation. And there will be a grapes farming sim coming to Roblox, which
none of that happened. None of that happened, and everything's went out just brutal. But listen, we got to be crazy in this time because that's what it is. You gotta learn and adapt, all that kind of good stuff. Guys, if you want to follow me on X, that's gonna be it for this stream today. It's at LameloVerse. We're there on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're everywhere. If you stream this, share the stream today. I want to sincerely thank you. If you got any friends, let them know. It's been good. I haven't done like a super long stream in a while. Now it's kind of one of those things where it's fun, and we started doing the 2 streams a month. Then all of a sudden we're doing this, and we've been vibing for quite a while. So does that mean the market's back? I don't know, but we'll see. Going way back in the chat again, like we got friggin' Hoonsy, we got JRD, we got Pitch, we got Geo, we got Repoint, we got everybody from earlier. Peckham was popping by. Emtala usually says something, but he doesn't say anything. Unbelievable. Crazy. Hoonsy, thanks so much for coming on through for this amount of time. If you watch this entire thing afterwards, holy smoke. Sorry for repeatedly saying, subscribe to the channel, watch the podcast, listen to the podcast, and watch other parts of the stream and check out the shorts channel. Well, listen, we got to shill it a little bit because we're the shiller. True. That's it. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. All right. Sorry. No, tomorrow's Saturday. What the hell am I talking about? See you on Monday. Peace.